Okay. I'm taking my morning meds so I can be awake for today. I'm always here anyway. There's a vibe with myself. And by weird, I'm just me, I'm just vibing. What's today? Oh my god, welcome in, Blair. Look at you. How are you doing this morning? And by this morning, I mean this 10 p.m. Good morning. I have just woken up, so it's morning for me. I'm trying to take my morning meds. How are you doing? It's still 8 here? PM? AM? I don't know where you are. AM? Ah, you're in the US. I see, I see. Nice, nice. Yeah, I used to live in the East Coast. I used to live over there. I used to live in North Carolina. And I also used to live in Virginia. And I also used to live in New Hampshire. And I also used to live in Texas. And I also used to live in Missouri. And I also used to live in California. I've been all over. I was born in North Carolina, so mostly there. Mostly North Carolina, Virginia area. I appreciate it me. Hi Lucy, how you doing? I'm trying to take my meds, but basically I keep staring at the day that says Monday, and I'm like not registering that it says Monday, and I'm like, what day is it so I can take my morning meds? And I'm staring at it going like, what information is August 10th giving me? It's giving me that it's Monday. That's what it's giving me, so I can take my fucking meds. Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. So basically, here's what was happening. Hold on. Sorry. I walked away from my monitor until I can get a monster. Okay. So, here's what happened. After I got off stream yesterday, tomorrow's your brother's birthday. That's nice. Tell him a happy early birthday. Okay. So, here is what, you guys can hear me okay? Because I feel like Spotify might be a little loud. You needed one today. I have a sugar-free monster. Bah. That's what we bought, okay? We went to the store and we got so many sugar-free monsters. I can't have sugar. My tummy upset. It gets me upset. It's awful. Okay. I have my sugar-free monster. It's amazing. So, oh shit. I have this hair tie on my ring because I've been losing weight. So my fingers have been getting less fat. So I have to have a hair tie on there so my rings don't fall off. I just yeeted it. Yoinked it off. Anyways, okay. Sorry. Whew, buddy. I've been awake for like 3 minutes, dude. Okay, so, what did I do? Yesterday, after we stopped stream, I'll show you guys what I was working on. Hold on, I can get it pulled up. Originally, I was like, okay, so I will work on, oh, it's a long story. They did a blue raspberry sugar-free flavor. Yeah, no, I believe that. I'm just like really weird when it comes to flavors. It's like I want my monster to taste like Monster, whatever fucking flavor that happens to be. I want my Dr. Pepper to taste like Dr. Pepper. I want my Coke to taste like Coke. I want it's really weird. What is little preview? Because my mouth starts. Okay, so like, I'm not gonna show this really quick. I'm gonna open up a new tab so you guys can't see shit. Okay. That is nothing. Okay. So I need to pause Spotify because if I don't, my brain is like wilding right over here right now. Hold on, I cannot focus. Spotify, Katy Perry is fucking me up right now. Sorry. I will put it back on. I will put it back on. I just like I'm literally just fucking waking up, and like Katy Perry screaming "California Girls" in my ear is not really helping me stay focused and describe what the fuck it was I did yesterday. Okay, after I finished streaming, I was like, well, oh my God, now the cat's showing up. Hey, sweetie, how you doing? Okay. Lord. Can you guess the type of meds you need to take? Yeah, go for it. Because I bet you're going to think ADHD meds. It's not. I need to take Wellbutrin for my depression. And I need to take caffeine to wake my ass up. And I take vitamin D because I don't go in the fucking sun. And I need to take Nyzac because I get heartburn. Honestly, I'm not usually this spacey. I don't know what's going on. I think it's because, like, we went to sleep at 4 p.m. I woke up at 6 p.m. I had dinner. And I went back to sleep, and now it's 10 p.m. So my sleep got a bit interrupted. That's why I'm spacey. I know you were. I know you were. My sister takes ADHD meds, and she's just like that. I'm never this. Like I can be spacey. I can be spacey at times. I understand that sometimes I can be spacey. This is hardcore right now, bruh. This is hardcore. This is unlike me. I never need to like stop the music so I can stay focused. Okay. Yesterday I was feeling a bit off. I built my base. Hi, Psycho. I'm going to tell my story. I'm going to continue. Yesterday, we rebuilt the base. We moved bases and I rebuilt it. And Tristan, helped out by, I don't remember what the fuck he was doing. He was doing something. And then, after rebuilding the base, um, I decided to stop and drew a couple of emotes. And in doing that, he leveled up almost 10 levels higher than me. Okay. And so I was already kind of feeling off about that because like this is exactly why we on our own single player server or our own multiplayer server, we have everything at like really low XP because we feel like the XP gain is like absolutely ridiculous even on and now we've determined that even yes, just like Psycho said before, one time speed is still way too fast. So, point one is amazing because I can space out and do my little building stuff and go draw some emotes or whatever. And because the XP is so low, it's not like Tristan's gaining a bunch of fucking levels, you know, while I'm a bit AFK. And if he happens to gain a level or something like that, then he'll go to sleep and I'll catch up in like fucking no time, which is exactly what I'm going to do today. So, anyways, so he got like 9 levels above me. I was like kind of a little salty about that. And then again, not his fault. This is completely like he could level up to like level fucking 80 in a day if he wanted to. He always holds himself back for my sake because I just love building. I just love building and I get like no XP from doing that shit. Anyways, so so I go and I'm like, well, I want to test my Woolly Pop because I put all of the souls that I had into Woolly Pop. And I was like, let me go test it, see if it's really strong. Went to go test it on a bounty dude. And he's like, oh, let me go over and get a snack on it. And he accidentally, his land ball used like a really badass ability. It's really fucking badass. And him being like 10 levels above me killed the bounty guy. And I'm like, wow, just gonna come over here and take my kill. I just wanted to see if I was capable of killing this bounty dude. And you're just gonna come over here and steal my kill. Right? But the thing is it wasn't just a simple, oh, you bitch, can't believe you fucking took my kill. It wasn't silly. It wasn't silly to me, bruh. I swear to God, I took that in my soul. I felt it in my soul. I wanted to pull his hair out, you know? And I was like, I was quiet for a bit. Those of you that were there, Lucy was there. Lucy knows. I had to go quiet for a bit because I was like, why am I so mad? I have anger issues. I know I have anger issues. Um, but I was like, why am I so mad? This is an unreasonable amount of anger that I have towards my husband, who I know didn't do it on purpose, and I could tell he was I could tell he was apologetic. So I was like, I gotta go. I was like, Look, stream time is over." I mean, it only been like 9 hours, and I was like totally, as far as energy wise went, I was good to go for like another fucking 10 hours. But hi Hop. But I was pissed. I was livid. And I was like, I can't continue this because this is going to turn into a really rough stream if this is where I leave it. I need to take a step back. Right? So we stopped stream and then I will hydrate with my beautiful totally water. Totally water. Okay. You didn't specify before I took the drink, Hop. It's too late. Yeah. Yeah. Look, I try not to get mad at Tristan. I really do. It's never, it's like never his fault. He is the sweetest person on this fucking planet. And if I ever get mad at him, I know I am overreacting to something. Because, like, he has literally done nothing ever to deserve my anger. Like, I'm serious. Like, there are people in this world who I still believe deserve my anger and more. I wish death upon at least one person in this world. I will not mention who, but there is one. And I'm not gonna, I shouldn't wish death upon people, but I wish death. I still haven't taken my morning med. Wow. Oh no, I'm still spitting. Okay. Nice. 55 stream streak is awesome. Okay. So ended the stream yesterday and I was like, all right, I'm sorry, I'm a little upset. He's like, I felt so bad. I didn't mean to. I used the wrong ability. And I'm like, you are fine. You are fine. It is literally a fucking nothing burger. So anyways, I was like, okay, I just want to work on the cards. And for those of you who weren't here before, I decided I wanted to make like a card game to play for stream. I do not have that done. Do not fucking think I was like, I'm gonna make this card game while fucking everybody's while I take on time off. I'm not done. I'm not done. I was working on it. I know I have to make graphics for this card game. And I was learning about how to do all that and how you gotta create a JSON and how it does all the reading and everything like that. Basically, I was like trying to look for images of the pals, and then oh God, I should take a step back. So, I was like, I want to work on making the cards, and he's like, okay, that's fine. And he was gonna help me. He was gonna help me look for pictures of pals so I can, because you guys saw me, I made the backgrounds already on stream for the cards. Um, so I had to find a font, which by the way, official Palworld font, guys. Okay, it's fucking beautiful. Um, I went to go find some pictures online and I couldn't find any pictures I liked. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just take my own pictures. And I am. I've been, Tristan and I went on and we started taking some pictures of the pals. And yeah, we're doing that. That's something we're going to do now. Just occasionally. We're not going to get it all in one. No, don't start the ad. Look, I'm fucking talking, bruh. How do we relate? How do we delay ad? No, I don't know how to delay it. I'm so stupid. Hold on, is there? I'm talking. Stop. I can't. I don't know how to stop it. Well, now only you guys who are subbed can know my story. I think it's all of you. So I think you're good, except for Blair. Blair, I'm so sorry. So sorry. Anyway, so we went on and we realized it was like really fucking tedious to take your own pictures. But I was like, well, I mean, I kind of still want to use my pictures. So me, mine and Tristan's pictures, not just my pictures. So we are gonna take pictures over time. So like, okay, so here's what we got so far, right? Like this, the background thing that I did. And I went through and originally I did not have these background things here. I just had it written like that. But then when we went into like uncommon territory, it's kind of harder to see. We went to rare territory, it's really hard to see. Going to epic territory, it's like, what the fuck? And then you're legendary, you ain't fucking seeing shit, right? And eventually then I was like, oh, well, added this to it and it's like so much better now. And it pops on like fucking every layer, which is really nice. And then this lamb ball is a picture of a lamb ball that I took. Okay, I'll show you. Hold on. Open. Open sesame. So let me see. No, that's not the one. I have them sorted by rarities in files and everything like that because when I make the JSON, I'm gonna have to be able to direct things in places. Um, it's just the lamb ball picture that I took. I took this picture. Yeah. And speaking of Lamball pictures, speaking of me taking pictures, I need to show you this amazing badass picture of this Gumoss that I took. I found the picture of Gumoss, which by the way, that's something I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be taking awesome pictures for these cards because like most of them right now have just like this blank, like this is what it is. It's like, what is this pal? And I'm using a Lamball because I fucking had the Lamball. And also it's very clearly a pal from Palworld. Anyways, so it's just basically to be like, I don't know what this pal is picture, and it's just a blank for now. I can fix this. It's really easy. Like it can go on. I could be like this one. If I were to like, okay, lamb ball, and then I went and I was like, I could import image back. Let's see. I could do blank comment over top of it, and then I could rasterize this, and then I can do that, and then I can just like, what is this? How I replace the images? Okay, I could do like that, and then like that, yeah, and there you go, right? And then I could put whatever image I want in the middle. It's cool. See, based on like just like that. So everything's got like this blank here. But what I want to show you is this Gumoss. It's my favorite picture I've ever taken in this game. Look at that shit. Look at that Gumoss. I caught him mid like that's what he was doing. I caught him mid that and it was so cute. I loved it so much. Tristan has a lot of really cute pictures of pals too, and I'll have to show you guys later. But anyways, so that's what we're working on. And I went ahead and I did um a background, right? Because like you see, everybody has the same like kind of edge border and everything like that. And I wanted that to be represented in the front of the card or the back of the card, right? So, but I was like, well, I need to have a title for the game. It's gonna be called like it's just Pal Collector or whatever it is. It's the Heartblossom collection. It's the Pal card game Heartblossom collection, right? That's what we're calling it. I want to show you what made, and you guys hopefully think this is absolutely adorable. Look at it. Isn't it cute? It's too chilly. It's a chilly and a chilly Ignis. Isn't it cute? So basically, this is going to come up and then it's going to flip and it'll show you a card, right? Whatever card you happen to get, right? And I also made, I don't know how to show you. Oh, I guess I could show you on stream. Hold on. I'll bring it over here just so I can show you. I want to show you how, keep that up. What's this? Yeah, I'll go place that. That's fine. I will put a GIF. I made a GIF, right? And it's my GIF for how to like display that something is shiny, like it's a lucky pal. Where did I put it? I'm looking for it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look, I'm spacey. I think I could put the music back on now. I think I'm getting my shit together. I still don't want to listen to that though. Fucking hate Katy Perry. Does anybody else like not really like Katy Perry? I know she's popular or something like that. Can't fucking stand her, dude. Okay, I'm gonna put it on myself. I'm gonna put it on my. Well, actually, I'll just put it here. I'll overlay it on this card, so you guys will be able to see. Actually, hold on. We'll go to the goo moss. We'll go to the goo moss so you can see what it looks like. I'm overlaying it perfectly on this. Okay, so it should perfectly cover the goo moss. Okay, you ready? Hey. Okay, look. That's what it should look like. That's what should happen if it's a lucky. And it'll notate as a lucky. Isn't that cute? I made that gift. Isn't that adorable? I know, it looks so cool. It's so simple to make. It's like 5 frames, bro. Anyways. I was looking into doing that because like I don't know what I'm doing. I had to keep disabling the preview because otherwise shit starts getting wonky. But yeah, so I did that. And then Tristan and I decided that today we're going to be playing on our single player world, but since he's tired, and he has been tired since fucking the entire time, he's tired every time I wake him up in the morning. What we're going to do today is I'm going to get onto Pan's server and I'm going to catch up levels wise. Um, I'm going to catch up to him in levels so that we don't have that gap. And then, he's fine. And then when he wakes up, we'll swap over to the other server. So yeah, I get to play on Pan's server to be fantastic, which is good because I like her server. Yeah, let's go. So anyways, how's everybody doing today? Now that I've caught you guys up on my fucking night. Actually, then before I went to bed, after I finished working on cards, I was starting to get tired, and I was like, okay, we should go to the store. So we got snacks and we got Monster. And then we went to bed. By the time we went to bed, it was 15%. It was what? What? I think I had a stroke. Guys. At the time we went to bed, it was 15%, is what I just said. What was 15%? Excuse me? What was 15%? It was 4 p.m. 4 p.m. Not 15%. What? What the fuck? Okay. Alright. Alright. Anyway. I'm losing my mind. Everybody's starving. I wonder if anybody bought our shirts. Nah. Damn it. I just want some metal. Anyways, them starving is not my fault. I don't know what they've been doing. Oh, wait, yeah, it is. I had the thing closed. They could have, like, tons of fucking food here. Yeah. And they'd be starving because... Anyways. I'm doing fine, but also great that I like Natsuki Subaru in the century sort of feeling. I don't know what that means. But I'm chilling and vibing with you. I'm gonna sleep. And went to sleep at 6 a.m. or something, yeah. I don't know what time that is for you, but 4 p.m., 6 p.m. That sounds not close. Not even remotely close. Considering that I don't think we're that far apart. Okay, let's see if we can fix this issue we have with our cows being hungry. I don't know, we got a bunch of food in here. I think we wanted to save the Gale Claw and Jukas, because those are epic foods. Those are really good. Take that. Side by side, those walls of mine. Okay, we are gonna start Shmool. Let's get the Braloha out. Depressed, fracture, starving. Actually, let's start with those that aren't depressed. The bee. Okay, I think we can handle the farmhouse. Start with these right here. Start with these guys. That's good? Cool, cool. They're all stressed. I don't understand why they're stressed. They have... I don't understand. What is causing them to be stressed? They're doing relaxed work. It literally just is like... They have beds. They're not great beds, but they're beds. They have pools. They're not great pools, but they're pools. We'll work it out. We'll figure it out. Probably getting to the point where you feel like you're starving to death isn't really helping, huh? Okay. Starving week, starving. So we're gonna put these three together. Weekend. What is weekend? How do we get weekend? Need a pie from this guy. Well, he doesn't have a bunch of meds. Okay, what do we need? Start with this. We're gonna go weak, depressed, fracture. I need to keep track. Hold on. Oh, shit. Okay. Weak, depressed, fracture. Thank you. 2 depressed, 3 depressed, 4 depressed. 4 times depressed. And 2 times weak. I gotta get meds, okay? Like I'm trying to. And then we have 1, 2, 2 more weak, so 4 weak. And the total right now is 4 depressed, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 depressed. I'm so good at my job. I'm just gonna leave that there. Don't mind me. Okay, I'll be back. Gotta go fucking shopping for meds. Gotta go drug shopping, guys. They're feeling down because of bad working conditions. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm the worst pal mom ever. I too was feeling depressed, guys. I understand. You guys think I'll be overweight by the time I get there? Guys, so slow. Oh, there we go. That's a bit faster. Floaty. Okay, so we have to get... Okay. Ulcer fracture. So we need one of these. Aw, shit. This is gonna be so expensive. Why can't everybody just be sick? Oh wait, I gotta get 4 more. Jesus fucking Christ. Taking care of my pals is expensive. They had to be the most expensive kind of sick. What is this, America? Why is the healthcare system so expensive? Oh, I forgot to set the timer. Hold on. Oops. Not what I was trying to do. Reset. There we go. We're back online, boys. Alright. Let's go ahead and put these guys together next. Alright, what do you guys want? Feed your expensive drugs. What, you don't want drugs now? I just buy a bunch of drugs for no fucking reason. Are you good? I'm confused. Okay, that one's not stressed out anymore. I'm confused. So is it just that guy? Okay, hold on. I need you to go to this other pen, bro. Come on. Come here, Cognito. Come here, Cognito. There we go. There you go. Oh, chill the fuck out. Is the Duma good? No, everybody else is good. Okay. Okay. So these guys are good. Good. All right. Cool. 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 Now what's next? Some of these are just starving. They're less stressed out here. Okay, so let's bring the transporters here. Are they good? Yeah, one's weak, one's depressed. There you go, and I think that one's just hungry. Oh no, it's depressed. Brett, wake up. Brett, wake up. Am I the only one on the server? If I'm the only one on the server, I can go to sleep. Nope, not just me. Fuck. Like I'm just making his life harder. Anybody nocturnal? I think this guy is. We'll get him his meds. Take your meds. We're all gonna take our meds. It's morning meds time, guys. Oh no. All right, I'm gonna put in. How much money do I have now? Oh, I can afford it. Okay, I'll put. I'm gonna put. I'm gonna put insomnia on this Mimog. This Parsox. I got they're eating my food. I guess that works. Who needs to sleep? Oh God. I think I'm just gonna have to like pop everybody in my party for a bit so they can eat food. Depressed. Okay, let's start here. Take your meds. Oh God. Let me put this guy in my party. I'll just put the berries there. You good? He's got a minor injury now. He didn't have a minor injury before. He hurt himself. What the fuck, bro? How did you do this? You dingus. Alright. Feed. Drugs. There you go, drugs. Take drugs. Now he's stress eating. Why would he be stress eating? I just gave him meds. Oh my God, everybody's stressed out still. What the fuck? Bruh, stop working. If you're stressed out, stop working. What is wrong with you guys? Those are dumb. They're so dumb. Why's everybody fighting? I swear to God, it's literally set to relax. I don't know how to. How do I make this more clear? Stop pushing yourself to the point of fucking exhaustion, dude. Okay, hold on. What are we at? All right, we're gonna have to change some shit up. Okay. We're gonna get it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll be fine. We got this. Okay, let's start out by feeding everybody. Who has not eaten? Okay, eat the berries. Eat the berries. See, another Palte's hungry. That's why I'm feeding them. Oops, my bad. My bad. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Okay, you guys eating? Good, good, good. Not starving anymore? Okay, that's something. That's progress. That's what we call progress, okay? My bad. Anybody else starving? We'll do it to this team too. You guys see that? You don't see it behind the thing in the stretch goals thing. But they're just like eating all my food. Which is fine. Go for it. That's why it's there. Starving, starving, starving. Of course you're fucking starving. Probably ate all the food. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, from here, I think I can go ahead and start feeding everybody meds too. Drugs, 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 drugs. Put these back. No, 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 no. You guys aren't going to work this day. You guys are not ready. You weak, depressed fucks. Ooh, I love a song. Strange what desire has hellish people do. Dream that I met somebody like you. I never dreamed that I knew somebody like you. Oh, I wanna fall in love. Oh, I wanna fall in love. Okay, so what we're gonna wind up doing is we're gonna make some cool sprinkler things. Cool stuff. Not cool sprinklers, that's not what I said. Spas. What the fuck did I buy this for? I bought it because somebody had a fracture. Nobody has a fracture anymore? What the fuck? Yep. I never felt like you. Oh, nobody has a fracture anymore. Apparently their leg got healed. Now they're depressed. Oh my lord. Their fracture just turned into depression. Naturally. So we're gonna make the fancy beds. We're gonna make the fancy beds, and we're gonna make the fancy spas. Even though technically I guess those didn't really fucking help anyways. We need to probably cook some food. We can take better care of our pals. Just in case. Are you gay? What? Are you gay? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sir. 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 What? Are you gay? Never mind. He's not gay. He's not gay, guys. I feel like I already got him, though. Didn't I? Yeah, I would. I did. Got him yesterday. I don't know where I put him, but I got him yesterday. Thought I did. I could be losing my mind. I don't fucking know. Not like one of the last things I did. It's not this one. I don't think. Oh, here it is. This is gay. Yay. There you go. Like you do. Tell me like you do. La 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 me like. Okay. So what is the, I mean, I could make it to where they all have that ability where like their sanity goes down lower, but I think that's too, not easy, that's too like, too temporary of a solution, I think. Okay. We need to get some shit. Okay. 15 beds, and then we need another 15 at the other base. See what we can do. What are you waiting for? Love me like you do. La 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 me. I think I need a fire pal or something. Excuse me. Put away, thank you. Wow. Figure that shit out later. I don't know where that came from. Turn that off, I guess. Hey, okay, we need to make 15 beds worth of cloth, okay? What does it take to make one bed worth of cloth? 5 times 30. Alexa, what's 5 times 30? I feel stupid.
5 times 30 is 150.
Oh, we have enough cloth. 3 times 30 is 90. We need 90 wooden boards. This is a spear assembly line. That's not going to help me very much. So 87 boards. Just need more nails. 87 boards. Okay. 68. Limiting factor being fibre. Okay. Alright, we need water. Water pal. Can we have a water pal that isn't trash? No, I don't make that much. God damn it. Do that. In the meantime, I'll make as many boards as I can. You probably actually get some fiber back from destroying the other beds too. I don't think it's that much fiber. go make some beds, because these guys got to be a lot stressed out too. So these guys have these spas. Like a recovery speed, not really a sanity thing. I feel like it contributes. I don't know. Oh my god, they all need fiber in their own right to be made. Ugh. So the things that we have in our control right now, we could control what kind of foods we feed them. We can control we could do stamina reduction. Not stamina. Sanity reduction. But right now, it's like, it'd be like the lowest form of sanity reduction, so I don't know if that helps very much. We swapped out the small pools for the bigger pools. What else? We can't do the beta wave generator yet. We could, I'd say we should go and make it. The clinic is over there, which we had someone set to that, but that person was depressed too. And by person, I mean valet was depressed. We need so much fiber, it is stupid. I might pull out the highest level water, the bronze cherry maybe? Make the bronze cherry do this fiber shit, because I don't think that their sanity goes down in my party. I don't think it's affected. And at least that way they get some steady food. And it's not a do mud. Yeah, it's gonna be way better. Yeah. Why didn't my plushie thing work? Is it just deciding not to work? Or is it like a working intermittently thing? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Nobody knows nothing, man. How you doing? You playing some Palworld? I told a whole ass long ass story earlier today about what I got up to yesterday. It was a busy day. Who's your favorite pal? Did you ever tell me? Is it Muffly because it's you? I'm just kidding. What did you do yesterday? I made a bunch of cards and we're working on a Palworld card game. Collecting card game, I want to differentiate because Palworld has their own like the card game, like it's a game. Mine's more of a collecting card thing. It's not affiliated with Palworld technically. So gotcha. Yeah. Except for it's not money. That's being Spanish is channel points. Just something fun to do. I have to figure out how many points it'll be. I'm not gonna make it like super expensive. I could make it 69 because haha funny number, but I feel like the people who do 69 are like VTubers and stuff. And like, I'm not a VTuber. Maybe just like 100 points. No, I'm gonna do, it's just gonna be random pull. It's gonna be like that. It's just gonna be pull. Not different amount pulls. It's just gonna be one pull per. Look, I don't know how complicated you're wanting me to get shit, because I am not that talented, bruh. 100K for 100 pulls? You fucking out of your mind. It's gonna be one pull each. Look, I'm doing an animation for each one of these, so assume, like, think about this. No, you say that's gotcha for you. That's gotcha for you if you're doing it single player. If you're on a stream and you're doing it with other people, can you imagine having to go through an animation of 100? 100. You say you're teasing, but like, you're like, that's gotcha for you. It's not. Like, that's, no, no, no. No, no, no. Maybe I'll do that in like a fucking single player setting, but not unlike what other people are. Oh, that stressed me out. It's just like cards. It's just collecting cards. Collect a card. Oh, that stressed me out. 100K for 100 pulls. Bruh. You'd have to pay 100K for 100 pulls. Because, like, that's a lot of fucking, that's a lot of time dedicated to just you being on the fucking screen, ain't it? If you want to take 100 animations worth of screen time away from everybody else, like, that stressed me out, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm so stressed now. What the fuck? Ugh. Don't turn this into something I hate. Don't turn this into something I hate. I'm excited about it. One at a time. Because we don't have a community for you fucks, right? I lied, we do. But that's fine. They're normally greedy in their own time. I'm referring to like Hika and stuff, because have you seen Hika? Hika's got a bad shiny Pokemon problem. Hika spends a lot of money on Pokemon cards. I could fix this area outside of like. Yeah. But what do you mean a lot on Pokemon cards? Why are you laughing? What are you laughing about? I need to know. I'm gonna need you to clarify. I'm gonna need you to clarify why you're laughing. What do you mean, Nat? What are you laughing about, Nat? Somebody's gonna make. Probably. Need 3. I'm just gonna make more of these. It's fine. Does Anthony spend a lot of money on Pokemon cards? Do you spend a lot of money on Pokemon cards? Mickey, why are my plushies not fucking working, bruh? I'm so confused. Hold on. How did... I'm confused. Why does it not work? Why is not work do? Why is not do work? Why is not work do? Is it a Lumia issue? Why is not work do? I tested before I started the stream. It did work. Why is not work do? Why is not work do? Do I need to reload Lumia? Maybe it's not communicating. 5 hours and 29 minutes. Close. Wet. Lumia. Twitch point reward was manually unlinked and is now out of sync with Lumia. Head to chat. Twitch points and link your command name song request again. I know! I fucking deleted that shit. Delete. Dashboard? Was it not linked with? It's not linked with VTube Studio. Why? Okay, is it linked now? Should be. Whoa! My bad. Testing, don't worry about me. Why are they all labeled as new now? It's weird. The fuck? He caught a spider and he's very excited. Well, that's nice. Okay, I guess I'll just reload tits. That's the only thing I can think. I reloaded Lumia. It said it was working, but like, clearly something was happening. Turn that away. Bam, bam, ba-da-dam, bam, bam, bam. Dance the night away. Away. Connect here. Okay, we do now? Yeah, maybe. Cool. The spider he. I fixed it. I just have to reload it. It's barely everything else. Whatever, it's fine. Fine. How many more nails? La 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 la. Stream issues? I remember having those. They're a pain. You've never had stream issues in your life, right? Totally. You've never had somebody raid in and then like everybody gets banned at once. Everybody gets timed out for doing caps. Never. Never. Perfect every time. For those who weren't here yesterday, rated out to Hika, which by the way, I was already kind of pissed off. Not at Hika. Kind of was a little bit at Hika after I found out they had a follower only chat. Then we fixed that shit. Regardless, not the point. Okay, the point is, I went to go raid out to Hiko and I was already upset. And then they um undid their follower only chat, which was nice. And then what happened? As soon as everybody rated in, everybody got timed out for typing in too many caps. It was hilarious. But also not because I was stressed out. I was so stressed out. And it was happening. That's the night. Everybody just have a good time. It was not fun. Looking forward to seeing it. Oh yeah. Everybody just have a good. You don't get to see the raid message. For my eyes only. According to your bot. According to your bot, you didn't want to see it because it had too many caps. Shuffling. It's your first time getting timed out. Well, there you go. It's first for everything, me. Good. You promoted the bot. Now the bot can't do anything. The bot's just there like, you guys suck. Can't do anything about it though. Gave it a pay cut. Getting paid way too much. I meant to. Shit, not what I was trying to do. I meant to alt tab. Because if I have my preview enabled, I need a fucking computer, dude. I need a new computer. So it's Tristan. Tristan needs a new computer before I do. No time to get banned. Don't worry, I got you, fam. I found the easy way you can get banned, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. We have 5 more. So, easy way to get banned. Okay? Go to Chibidoki stream and type the name of any other streamer. Banned immediately. I got banned by accident from Chibidoki stream because my ass was like, damn, Iron Mouse looks like looks messed up or something like that. was making a joke. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 3, 5. They did unban me. I put in a request for to be unbanned, and they unbanned me. I thought it was on brand. I was making a joke. I said on me about the like mentioning other streamers rule, because like I did not think on that one. That was me being dumb. No. No, are you kidding me? That's wild. I didn't stay because I was pissed. So I did not see that happen. I saw that you weren't live at some point, but I was lurking. I just couldn't see me. So. Found myself a cheerleader. She's always right there when I need her. So I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She's always right there when I need her. That's hilarious and also horrible. Wait, I only needed 5 more reds. That's fine, I got this. Came back online, I did a total 15-hour stream, which is long stream time. Nice. My longest is like, well, I would say longest being outside of that time I was doing the affiliate push. My longest was the other day, like 19 hours. No, I had a 24-hour stream that one day when Tristan was in town in the US. What am I doing? Okay, I'm gonna go do this first. I like horrible history parody version of this song. Oh, is it? Do a 24-hour stream at some point? Yeah, well, I mean, we'll do a 24-hour stream as soon as somebody, gets us up to somebody, like, we need 75 more subs and we're good to go. And look, we wouldn't even be on the subathon right now if it wasn't for the fact that, like, we hit our first stretch goal yesterday. Right? Yeah, because the subathon was supposed to end yesterday. Ooh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She's always right there when I need her. Ooh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She's always right there when I need her. Yeah, I decided 2010s was the vibe today. The only thing that is not the vibe is Katy Perry. I will probably find myself singing along to Katy Perry, but I just like legitimately don't like her. What's wrong with that? I don't think I've ever fucking liked Katy Perry. Like, I mean, she's been like in background noise and I'll like sing along to it kind of thing because obviously catchy music. But it's as far as like her as a person, I lied. There's one song I did like her. I kissed the girl and I liked it. I liked that song because that was kind of like a awakening song for me, like a accepting who I am song for me. But also, it's not even about like it's actually kind of shit if you think about it. I'll make it better by making it I kissed a weeb and I liked it. Like the guy who sings on his professionally work account or some tons of business suits and then had this one dressed up as a Chinese leader for that song. Ooh, rip. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, so now we're gonna replace these pools with fancy pools. What else could we use? Do we have the higher level one unlocked? Because that could help too. The metal one? We do. Okay, we can make that too. We'll do everything we can. Chili's pals out. Ooh. So we need two pools. I think 2 should be fine. And a metal thingy. That's a lot. Shit. Okay, we'll start with that though. So fat. I really need to like. I should have put the rest of the stuff away in storage because I don't need to be carrying all this shit on me. What if we just put it here? I mean, it makes more sense. There we go. Perfect. Alright, and we also want to make sure that we have better pals. Okay, so what do we have right now? We have some of the Bron Cherry and the Berloha. Let's get everybody at minimum 5 for base stuff. Except for obviously like their I hope to have this here. I think it does. Reduce stamina. Not stamina, sanity. I'm gonna look it up. How to reduce sanity. Palworld. Increase sanity. Feed box. Comfortable bed. Better food. Guess that would work. Alright. So better food. We're gonna need to work on that too. So we need a better cook. Faster cook. Who's a faster cook? There's a meteor coming down. I don't need that. It's gonna be important. We need a faster cook. We have lettuce and stuff. Let's go get the pools first, and then we'll go work on pals. Obviously, I had 2 small ones. I'm about to replace them with big ones. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I know. I had the smaller ones on there already. I just got rid of them just now. Well, to replace them with the better ones. Let's put them on either side of this. Make this look a little bit less like shit. Just a way to expand the area bases. Yeah, me too. But you can go up. Up is always an option. You could put two together, but it's like there's still like a gap between them. You could use mods, but I can't use that on my server. I'm hoping that at some point they allow they do the whole like you can increase the radius of your base, but like I kind of understand it. Like it helps it keep it like to where people on console and everything can play it. Like one of the big things with Ark is like it would turn like into a big fucking lag fest if people just built as big a bases as they wanted to. But I feel like you should at least like increase the size like based on base size maybe. I don't know. I'm sure they had a reason for it. Okay. So we need better pals. Okay. So we can get the bronze cherry working. We can get them to start working on food, working on like lettuce and stuff like that. But we need somebody to cook it. I'm pulling up the Palworld database really quick. Work suitability, kindling. Who is at least 5? That might be easy. Gingler, Ignis, Moldron. See, Moldron's 5. We could get another Moldron, theoretically. Reptiro is 5. I have a Reptiro. Don't I? Yeah, I just want to use them for mining, though. And he's also huge. I could also use them here. Let's put this shit away really quick. Okay, let's get us... Who's not massive, but is over level 5? I guess we can get... Do we have a Blaze Hound, maybe? We have eggs. Some of them might be good fire pals. Let's go find out. Because we know we have fire eggs, I think. I know we... You know what they say, if you can't build up, might as well build up. Exactly. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. That could work. I'd be okay with that, personally. Alright, let's see. We got a rare egg here. A rare. Here are 2 rares. Surely one of these guys. God damn, I need wood. Fuck! This is what happens. That's what happens. I got all the shit over there. I need to get the materials for at least a few campfires. 4 campfires maybe should be enough. Actually, hold on. No, I could also do. We'll make another one of these. Nails, wooden boards. 7 wooden boards. Oh, perfect. Exactly how many wooden boards I needed. I have a lot of resolution for the area bases in. What area is your base in? Where'd you build it? Basically, we built ours here first, and I was like starting to hate it. So we built in the city, and I actually love it now. Now 15. That'll help reduce sanity too. The beginning area. Bruh, move your base. You good scrub. One, two, three, 4. Nah. Nah. But that's how we're gonna level up. We're gonna level up by Not doing dungeons and shit. We're gonna just get the pals we need, specific pals. Maybe these guys. We'll go out and look for them too, you know, because we can't really tell. Do a beach here at some point. If you like beach, like, you can have a whole big ass thing over here. You can put multiple bases together. I just didn't want it there. Like, I just didn't like it personally. Okay. So, working on the fire pals. Do we know if they're any good? No. Fuck no. I don't know. I'm going to move this over here so I don't have to cut off stream. So, we need that. Let's go ahead and get our singular bronze cherry. Bronze cherry. And bronze cherry aqua, and for the okay, that's good. Okay, good. These guys can also go in there, but that would need also the Memogs. I'm just gonna put those three out there for now, and this Killamari. We need better transporters too. Well, I need to focus on it. Okay. Yes. We want better transporter. Let's start with transporters then. While we're waiting for those. Transporting at least level 5 would be Polaris Aqua, Grisbolt, Renjishi, Rouge, Quivern, Warsect Terra, Warsect, Beacon, Chris, Ragnarok. What's the levels of these? I don't think we want that anyways. We want to just increase our, I think we just want to increase the number of guys that we have. Little, we need, hold on. This guy is male. Do we only have one? Yeah, we do only have one. We would like another Mimog so we can breed. Ideally. We could probably catch a Grisbolt or something while we're out there. Medicine. Let's get 2 medicine pals, at least. Ooh, these are not great to have good. Better to breed for them, but still, that's. Where's Battaglia spawn? I want to figure out where the Battaglia spawned because I want to see if there's an earlier version of the Battalias. Because I thought at some point they might have spawned somewhere else besides Sakatarima. But I might be misremembering, or that could have been pre 1.0. Battalia's level 4. I knew it. They do spawn up here on Floppy Island. Floppy Island. My bad. That's a weird name for it. Okay, let's go to the Floppy Island. Let's go here. We're gonna go look for a lot of base items you use close together. It's good. It's good. So if I was a potato, where would I be? Anywhere on this island just randomly? It's not very high chance, maybe? Oops. I pissed off a floppy. My bad. My bad, sorry. I know that there's a chance they could spawn here. I just don't know what the chance is. Is it a high chance, low chance, medium chance? I could look it up in the database. Right, they deserve to get run over 30. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. Totally. Fuck those guys. We need 2 battalions. Okay, here's one. That was a pretty good hit, though. Alright. 1 down. And it's got Serenity. Nice. Not that that actually means anything right now, but... I don't know what this is, but I don't know what this is. Look at that. That's a level 4 waterer right there. I'm glad I'm wearing my mercy ring. Well, not mercy ring, I guess. Here's another one. Wow. Dragon meteor. Is that excessive? No. I'm sure it's fine. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm trying to catch some pals to help pals with their mental health. Here we go. Vanguard, not too shabby. Pretty good. So they're not sickly, at least. Whee! I love this fucking Fenglope, dude. Get a Fenglope. It's awesome. I can bounce all over that fucking place. I'm sorry! So we need 2 fire pals that are really good. But the thing we did get we're gonna assign that one to the clinic. Entire job is to reduce sanity. That's your entire job. Okay, I don't know why I came here because I don't have any food here. That's later. We'll come back here. We'll come back here. We'll put everybody here. We've got all the things we need here. Technically. Okay. So next we got our medicine pals. We need handiwork. I'm not really worried about mining. Yeah, we could use some better mining pals. We could use also another better watering pal. We could use another bronze cherry. We'll wait. We'll wait for that one. Also, I have to pee, so I'll be right back. Okay. Did we have any good mining cows before? I think we were using what? Yeesh. Not really. Okay, what do we got? What do we have access to? We want something that's above like 4, maybe 5. See, the Reptiros are so fucking good at everything. I just want to like have a base full of Reptiros and Reptiro crests. Anubis will be smaller, but they're harder to get. Boldrons are also really good. I think we should spend some time on the volcano. But here's one. Okay, we can bring this one to cook the food. Unless, of course, we wind up getting a Reptira for one of those eggs. That'd be kind of cool. Honestly, I'm just kind of hoping for a Boldron, to be honest. I'm gonna set the Moldron up here and get him to start making food, because that's priority. Actually, hold on a second. Let me take him real quick, because I'm just gonna give him a bit of surgery. Don't mind me. Oh no, he weirdly got insomnia. How that happened, nobody knows. Go cook some food. Let us start out by making... First off, we can't make the Gale Claw ninjutsu. I'm not even going to cook the Gale Claw. The Gale Claw has got to be its own thing. What is this? Yeah, okay, do that. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's go check these eggs out. Ooh, that egg's done. What do we got? What do we got? A Moldron. Whoa, with Eternal Engine, bruh. Yes. Hold on. Hold on. A Moldron with Eternal Engine is awesome. Awesome, awesome. Like, seriously awesome. You guys don't know, man. Because you can breathe so much shit from Moldron. Hold on. How do we get this on a Yakimo? What do we need to get this on a Yakimo? To a Malpaca, to a Tantris. What do we have? Oh, it thinks I'm going down, so it doesn't want me to... It really doesn't want to go onto a Yakumo. It's like, ew, why would you want to put it on a Yakumo? Okay, what would we put it on? What would we put it on? Eternal Engine's what we want on a fucking Celine. That's what we want. Or a Nimbus. No, we want on a Celine. Want it so bad. It's really good. Let's just put it that way. It's really fucking good. Damn. It's fine. It's fine. It is what it is. It's fine. It's so good. Oop, no. This right here we want. Yeah, let's do that. Where are you putting these foods? Also, like, let's take this other egg because it might be good. That one's done. That'll give us a hint as to what this is. A van worm. Okay, not too bad. Could be better, but we did level up, so that's something. We'll take that. That now. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh. Oh. He cooks so fast. We love him. Hit it from me, bitch. I was getting ready to see if we could favorite that so we don't accidentally cook it. Pull the berries out of there is what I need to do. They need to stop eating berries. Berries need to be an ingredient. Okay. Don't put ingredients in there. Got this. This. This is the best Moldron ever. Well, not really. The other one I just hatched was a better one. So if we get a bunch of Moldrons or a bunch of heroes. Heroes and Moldrons are going to be really good for us right now. They're very mid-game, you know. Very mid-game. I think they'll take care of us. They'll be good miners and they'll be good. This is only 2. That's not going to help us at all. Actually, it might help us on transporting temporarily. For... maybe. Now we can make that. Now we get into that territory. Put the berries here for now. Actually, we don't want that many. We could put them in here. Okay. So we're making some good stuff so we can actually get the guys out again, okay? We want farms. I will in a moment. Give me a moment. Lucy, I will care package your moment. Now I'm stretching. Don't worry. Good stretch. Good stretch. Excuse me, Beacard, thank you. No, go. Go, go, go. Okay. And then one more Brawn Cherry. And that's who's going to be doing our watering for this. This is why I said I think we might need another brush. This is a male and female. We could breed them together and get another one. Let's do that. Let's breed them together really quick, if we can. Do we have a cake in here? We might. We do. Let's get another brown cherry real quick, because we could use that for the other base. One of many. I see them. Check yeah. Yeah. What are you saying? I'm so confused. What are you talking about? Oh, you're Lucy's. I feel like this has to be you. Like there's, I feel like I have to make, you have to make that you. It has to be you. Like. It has to be. Like, come on. You're like always here. You're fucking awesome. You have embraced the cognito. But don't tell anybody, okay? We'll just pretend that that was a random rare ass hatch, I guess. Fortunately, I know what that means. You must be destroyed. You've been deleted. Your OGU has been deleted. You need to be backed up. Lucifer, because that's what we had the other one's name at. There we go. You're backed up officially. Yes, now you're a powerful version of yourself. Let's go steal this egg. I'll put these guys back to work. That'll help us out with the mill. We're actually making some foods. Foods are being transported to the thingy, which is good. This is exactly where it needs to go. Ingredients can go in here. Ooh, that's not where I want to put that. There's no room for it, huh? Put ingredients in here if we don't have to. There we go.
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Alexa, stop. No, I just took my morning meds. Go fuck yourself. Alright, either one of these almost done. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We'll go make one at the other base. I don't care. It doesn't really matter technically where it's hatched. I like seeing them being like, Lucy looks different. Oh, I've always been like that. That's gonna be funny. I won't tell anybody. They'll be like, oh my god, what happened to Lucy? Why's he look like that? Why's he look like that? And I'm like, I don't know. It's so weird. He was in the box and then he just got big and then he started glowing and he stinks and for some reason he now has passives.
Nighttime meds.
No. Fuck you. I don't want to take my nighttime meds. Alright. So what are we working on now? We need more Moldrons. And how many Moldrons do we need? How many do we need? First off, we need this too. Okay, so we need somebody cooking metal. But we also need someone mining metal. So we need one miner. Two. Three. Three miners. And a cooker. We can get the Moldron cooking. But we gotta get a Eternal Ender. We gotta get rid of Insomnia first. So absolutely fucking not. I become what I've always said. I was a big aura farm. Oh my god, right? Dude. You really did kind of. Let's see if I'm stinky. 13%. I'm only 1% stinkier than you. Look at this bitch Insomnia. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab some salad stuff too, because like they would like to eat more than once. I'll grab that, and that. And that. Okay. Go back here. It's impressive considering how you physically have like a stink aura about you. No, we don't want to do all of it. We do want to do a decent amount though. Do I remember why? No. I need a medal for something. We need a medal for this thing. Right. How far away? How much metal do we need for that? Oh yeah, I was pretty on brand. Then. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let us go get more Moldrons. There's a cover of Down Under. No, it's just Down Under. Come from the land down under. Unless somebody, I don't know. It's called Down Under. Cover song of Down Under. You're right, probably. I don't know what I'm talking about. Why are you asking me questions? I'm dumb. Okay. I'm gonna go to the volcano. And we are going to attempt to catch. Did I bring sugar with me? I hope I did. I'm gonna have to go back, aren't I? I forgot sugar, didn't I? No, I didn't. I had sugar. I had sugar. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Well, then, yeah, it sounds like a cover then. Probably. Maybe. There? Okay. I think there's some. I think Moldrons and. Moldrons and Reptiros are over here. I think this. Yeah, I have a Aqua Burst. Warrior. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I just put on a 2010s playlist because I was like, I basically like I choose a decade. Every day I choose a decade. Gary! How you doing, Gary? I like Gary's name. Ooh, Blaze House also an option. Let's do it. Blue, what do I need? Get in the ball. I said, get in the ball. I said, get in the ball. To be fair, I actually thought about it. I don't know if this is a good, I don't know if it's a good miner. I think it's a good firepower, which is great. So it could theoretically replace the Moldron. Witty. What's that? What that? Ooh, Moldron. We like Moldron. Moldron, good fire, buddy. Get in the ball. Oh, 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 oh. To the stereo. Do we think he's a good fire buddy? We don't know, right? Let's check him out. I don't think I saw him on the high list of things. So I imagine if he's good at it, if he's probably like highest 4. Yeah, 4. So it's not bad, it's just... Yeah, glad we wasted that. Do a stereo. Do a stereo. You know, I was thinking about you earlier, Gary. Specifically. I have a question for you, if you don't mind. I want to make sure you're paying attention before I ask, though. So, can you let me know if you're listening? Right. I don't know if that answers my question or not. No, I was wanting to know because, like, okay, so I know that some people, like, the only time they interact in chat is whenever it comes to PCG. Yeah, and I'm wondering if I got rid of PCG, would people like just stop interacting in chat? Should I just leave it anyways? Because people like it. I don't even know. Part of me wants to leave it, but the other part of me wants to like really lean into this Palworld thing. But also I do like Pokemon still, so I don't know. I don't know, I'm just thinking. You interact? Yeah, I know you do, but like that's why I wasn't asking you, Lucy. You still interact with it? Yeah. No, that's not what I was talking about. I know that there are people who still interact with PCG. I'm just saying, would you interact in the chat still if PCG wasn't there? Oh my god, bruh. I love the fucking Reptiers or something. You would? Okay. But with Gary? Ooh, he's got running. He's the speediest fucking Reptiro in the Wild West. I guess. I don't have that yet. I don't think. Is there flame ability? Wixen. I'll leave it. It'll be fine. Whoa! Walmart's have flame of 4 appears. Holy shit. That one's rare. At least it's rare as far as Pokemon goes. I don't know if it's rare as far as like... Because family of 3 is typical, isn't it? Family of 4 is rare. I remember spending forever looking for that family of 4 variant. Or maybe it was the family of 3 variant. It was one of the two. One I had lots of, and one I had none of. Okay, this is kindling level 3. But it's also a handiwork level 4, so we could try and look at transporters too. It does more damage too. Oh yeah, maybe. Lose your mind. What kind of... What typing is Finloop? Is he just neutral? Apparently I just like neutral and dark powers. Dark powers and neutral powers are the only cool ones. Everything else sucks. Well, except for Herbie. Herbie's grass. But I think he's grass and neutral. Yeah, he's grass and neutral. No, you bitch! That was an Ultra Ball! Population body of 4. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. I never did that anyways. I never really used them for their ability. I just like... I wanted to collect them all, and I have all the variants. Just have a good time. Everybody just have a good time. Did I tell you guys why I don't like Katy Perry? Okay. Will you tell me why I don't like Katy Perry? I want to see. Dumbledore comes with insomnia. Hell yeah. Okay, I'll show you. Whoa. I hear sparkles. I hear sparkles. I hear sparkles. I hear sparkles. Unless that's in the game or a song, in which case I'm gonna be a little mad. But do you hear it? It's this way. It's lucky. Where is it? Byron, it's a lucky doggo. Oh, it's strong. Oh, it's got a high water resist, bruh. Is it hydro? Is it? What is it? Oh, it is very resist. Oh shit! It fucked me up, dude. Get in there. Get in there. I want it. What are you? Why are you so strong, dude? Why are you so strong? Ow! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. He's not dead, is he? He's not dead, is he? Did you kill him? Don't kill him, please. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's who I wanted to kill. Good, 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 good. No! Why is he so strong? Bro, get in there. I'll use the left hand longer. Or ultra. Ultra? Go. Go, go, go. No, no. Go, 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 go. Don't let him kill you. Don't let him kill you. Heated body. I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh, but I gotta apply kindling handbook. That's nice. The fuck you. Oh lord. Okay, so I need to get out of here. Wasn't so much me here. Oh. Didn't you die? What the fuck? Didn't he die? Am I losing my mind? Did he not die? Maybe I just got knocked off of him. But he died. I thought it died. I thought it did too. It might have just got knocked off, dude. That could be something cool. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so I'm heading back anyways. So I have been licked. It looks good, but it's all not. Probably gonna die this way. In the bow. Okay, fine. One more. Look. Fine, it's fine. Shh. Don't be hurt. Don't. Oh. Careful. No, get in the ball. Look. Ow! Bitch. Okay. Oh, I'm pinned. Oh, I died. What was that? That was cool. What was that? What the fuck was that? It knocked me off my mount and pinned me to the ground and killed me. That was awesome. should have left it alone, just gone home. I was like, I'm going home. Oh wait, fuck, boys, I'll knock. Let's fucking get that shit. Fucking destroys me. I don't even know what that was, but it was awesome. Oh yeah, I'm not fucking with him right now. I don't have any balls, so. No! Like, how's everyone doing? On fire. Okay. So anyways, I'm gonna go get my bag. Probably should head back. I think I was on my way to a new shrine too, so I wasn't even I wasn't even at the new shrine. What are you working on at the moment? Getting fire boys. Retrieving bag from Blaze. Howl knocked who wrecked me. Pretty fire? Yeah, go fuck yourself. You know what you did. Ooh, I see a pinglet thingy, a pinglet effigy up there. Oh, look, I'm so sleepy. Oh, look, more sleepy. Wait, what do I have here? Ooh, I bet these two are Moldrons too. Look at that. I'm gonna have so many fucking Moldrons. I'm a Moldron lover now, I think. Not just Moldron, I think very specifically Moldron Crest. But yeah. Throwing punches with Anubis. Rip, currently trying to make a lot of cake to breed my Moldrons. I am loving Moldrons more and more. I bred, okay, babe, I gotta tell you something. I got a Moldron earlier. I hatched an egg. Do you want to know what the Moldron had? Eternal Engine. Not philanthropist.
How do you make some good things with that amount?
You can make lots of things with Moldron Crest, I figured out, but probably.
Make a Voltron.
I was thinking about trying to get it on a Yakimo, but that bitch does not want to fucking get on a Yakimo, dude. I mean, like, you can, it's just a bitch and a half. It's like, because it's like, it thinks that it's a downgrade. You could tell when it thinks it's a downgrade when one of the levels is slime. But you sure? I mean, I guess you could breed it with a slime. It's kind of like trying to get those passives on it, trying to get Demon God on a land ball. Where it's just like, you sure? You sure? Because, like, I mean, it's a bit of a downgrade. Fly like a G6, like a G6, like a G6. Oh, I was gonna show you guys why I don't like Katy Perry. Hold on, I'll show you. I'll show you in a minute. I didn't realize I was gonna have my ass handed to me by Blaze on Knock, so. But she kissed a boy and she liked it. That's why. Okay, so basically the entire day today, babe, I have just been sitting here trying to fix the panel things, right? So I had to go. I made some new beds. I made some new things. I made a new thing. I'm trying to reduce sanity because I got in here and everybody's fucking dying and depressed. I don't even want to talk about. Okay, so you know how expensive the needle ones are?
Very.
I had to buy 18 of them.
Yes, that's the.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to work on now. Yeah. I replaced their small hot tubs with big hot tubs. Hello? Oh, it's you. I don't know, I thought some random person joined the call. Oh, got a Reptile. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Okay. So I went and I caught some battalias. So they have somebody, it's a good medicine pal, working the clinics. I upgraded the instructor thingies. I upgraded them to metal. I made them better things, and I made them all better beds. Right, so they all have like the, I don't know if it'll help. And I got Moldron cooking food, cooking salad. Everybody seems in a much better mood now. I am going to go ahead and I need to get, I'm working on, I bred the Brawn cherries together so I can try and get a good Brawn cherry working the crusher, because that's level 5 watering. It's good. I'm trying to basically get level 5 watering on everything. Place this. Put your hands up. Oh, yeah. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Huh? What? What level did you say you were? 39. Just let me finish hatching some of these things, because I might get some experience from it. Yeah. Oh god, it took me fucking forever to wake up. I don't know if you woke up when I woke up, but I was trying to tell a fucking story. I literally had to pause the music. I had to pause the music because I was like, I cannot focus on what I'm saying. And there was a new guy in the chat who got first. I forgot his name already. Damn. Oh well. He was new, and he got first, and he's like, "Can I?" Because I was like trying to take my meds, and I kept getting distracted from taking my meds. He's like, "Can I guess what kind of meds you take?" And I was like, "You can try, but you're gonna be wrong." I was like, "I know exactly where you're going with this too." And it'd be fair. It'd be very fair. I was like, "I'm usually not this spacey."
Gonna say Adderall.
Yeah, I was like, he's like, I was gonna guess ADHD meds. I was like, yeah, you'd be wrong, but I can see where you get that. My sister's got ADHD. I fucking get it, but okay. So Univolt is still good. We can put the Univolt back. Okay, get that fucker working the thing. Okay, we're putting everybody back. That's what we're gonna do. Into a fly. All right, and we've got 3 mines. So who are we gonna get? Bigger than a motherfucker. Let's get the Rept Heroes in here. What do you think? Motherfucker. Or should we do the Rept Heroes or the Moldrons? I think probably the Rept Heroes so that we can differentiate who's cooking and who's mining. No.
Same.
They're both 5 and 5 for both.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Maybe. Alright, I'm gonna go give all the Rept Heroes, insomnia. No, yeah. Give all the Rept Heroes insomnia. Technically, one of the Moldrons already has insomnia, but I've already set the Moldrons to be fire babies. So... Higher than a motherfucker. We're higher than a motherfucker. Huh?
The health effort.
Shut up. Okay. Figuring out. I kind of want you to have it anyway so that I'm not singing a cappella out here. When I keep singing randomly, I'm higher than a motherfucker. I'm higher than a motherfucker. We're higher than a motherfucker. There we go. New link. And I also don't think that was you entirely. I had a lot of broken shit going on when I first started stream I had to fix. Hey. I'm just making up words. That's not, I didn't even say words then. I just went meh, 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 meh. Alright, we have this guy right here. He's got a her. There's got a her. Okay, and then we're gonna set them to be mining. What? We need. Yeah, we could set that guy to the crusher. We need a logger. What's the highest level logger we have right now? 3. Let's check to see who's level 5 logger. Let's see who's a bigger logger. Logger. Or basically, I'm trying to get everybody at least minimum 5. But the thing is that doesn't always work. For example, I am nowhere near being able to get 5 medicine. With 4 medicine I could do. 1 baton. Walking. Theoretically. I didn't realize that Bushi Not had a base 2 levels higher than regular Bushi in logging. It's crazy. 2 levels higher? That's wild. I know, it's just like his passion, dude. I want to get a Masanda. It's only level 4 logging, but like we're not really super fucked about it. That's still pretty good, and also I kind of just want a panda. I'm gonna go ahead and also put gay here as well. Proper gay, not half gay. I was 18. That's gonna go a lot faster. I did officially delete Lucy. And then I uploaded new Lucy. Cause like, I feel like with as much time as Lucy spends here, that's like the least we can do is make him big and super stinky. I mean, the lucky one that's awakened. Let him go, they go smash, smash. tears are great. I fucking love the red tears. What are we doing? Alright. I do still need to put more into sugar. Let's make one of these so that it's maybe... No, we don't need one of those. It's fine. Not right now, at least. It's not a big enough base to warrant that. But, you know what we could do if we wanted to... Hold on. Do we want to upgrade this base to metal? Because, I mean, it kind of would fit the aesthetic of the area. Thing we need to do is... unlock metal structures, which is here. And then get this fucker making more metal. Oh, transporters, that's what we needed. Yeah, alright, we can do that. Or should we use these two? I forgot we had a quiver, dude. Do you think these? I want to see like speed, like speed wise, pal speed. Where do I see their speeds up? Pal stats. I just want to see speed. Because there's mounts, but I'm not wanting to mount it. I don't want to mount it. I just want to see how fast they are. Oops. Pal speeds. Palworld. Not mounts. Not mounts. Oh. ChatGPT. Can you give me a link to somewhere that has all Palworld speeds, not just mounts? All fucking... Okay. That's just for mounts. I mean, no, it's not. Rumor isn't mountable. Oh, no, it can. It is mountable. What the fuck? I can ride a shroomer? That's so weird. Where do I find all PAL speed on PalDB? I know it exists. I've seen it before. But I don't remember where. I can only find mounted speed. I have to go to individual page. Movement section. Oh, what if I tap movement? engines, fishing, access, mods installed. No, 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 no. Construction, no. Inventory, no. Skills. Utility? Player? Oh. Fighter? King? Mobility? Not what I'm trying to do anyways. Okay. What if I do movement? I should tonight. Okay, let's go to work suitability transporting. Maybe that'll help. Oh, it does. It does have the run speed here for okay. I don't understand. Quivern. Quivern's not too slow. Put Quivern in. We need to make sure that it knows. You're just transport. About the van worms. Okay, so if the Quivern's 900, the van worm is 700, which is still faster than the Wumpo. What about a van worm Christ? Is that faster? Van worm Christ is 700. Van worm, and they're both the same. Obviously. Eye of Cthulhu would apparently be really good. Where do the calamari sit on this list? They're gonna be so low, aren't they? No, don't break my heart. If we don't look at this and we just look at speed, it's gonna be the easiest but fastest thing to do. I swear to God, it's gonna be a fucking lavender. Just fucking watch. I feel like there's gotta be some kind of balance between speed and ability, because, like, technically speaking, a lavender and a Mimog have the same level of transporting, but a lavender is so much slower. By, like, a lot. It's still faster than a van worm. I could get more quiverns, maybe. Turn around and get more quiverns. I don't know. That sounds pretty good to me. Just fucking catch quiverns for quiverns for transport. Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, we could just do that. Yeah. They got 900 speed and they got higher, they got, I think, a base 5 transporting, so. It says we have a bunch outside our base. Theoretically, we have a bunch outside our base. In theory. Would this be considered then a rare pal? Should we get a quiver and baton? No, because that's going to be higher level. We're not looking for that right now. Tristan's muted, it's all good. You see his mouth move. Oh, shit. Okay. He has occasionally been talking in here. Alright. No, you literally weren't coming through Discord on my stream. All right, go ahead. Say words. Big dick.
Oh, that's sexy.
The sexiest. I didn't really want a big chonky boy here,
Activated walrus
but it will do.
mode. Death.
She says he agrees.
He agrees that I'm sexy. Oh my. Oh.
Yep. Said he's in love with you, madly, madly in love with you. Said he wants to lick your feet. You watch the Thunderbolts?
Trying to change topic to avoid this conversation.
He's like, what? Nani?
I've got hobbit feet in the making. They're hairy, but not as hairy as hobbits. One day you'll have a nice pelt of fur.
Something wrong with him.
I have invited you to crab. We shall crab. I won't be going live for a little bit, but just thinking what I need to load up. Okay, I will eventually need to load up the game. Yes. Discord, you'll probably come through. Fine. Spotify's good. Lumia, probably good.
Level up so slow. For me, like when I'm like, I'm not necessarily trying to. I'm looking for a quiver. If I wanted to power level, I could do it, but it's so boring.
The dungeons aren't necessarily boring. You get used to the.
Yeah, but I need Quivern. Quivern's not in dungeons as far as I know.
No. None that I know of.
Yes, of course, you can look up a transporter that might be above a speed of 900 or above a transporting of 5. Either above transporting 5 or above speed of 900 that might be in a cave. God, whose base is this? Oh, it's mine. Oh shit, it's a
I
bullshit.
think if you're looking for cave pals, then
I'm not looking for a cave pal.
No.
I'm looking for...
Everything will be worse than Quivern.
Huh?
Everything would be worse than Quivern.
Yeah. For transporting?
Everything you catch in a cave, yeah. Oh, I guess technically, you go to Terraria Dungeon and get the fire fully.
Could. And then I can get a bunch of shit for Moonlord too.
But do we
Oh,
really
my
want
lord.
flying eyeballs floating around in space?
We have a bunch of... I'm dead! No, the Quivern killed me! You bitch!
You know, it's not even close how, like, the speed of everything else compared to Mimol.
I know. Look.
It's 100 above everything.
Okay, I have no problem doing the Eye of Cthulhu. But only because it's not our main base. It's not our main server. And honestly, at this point, because of it's the amount of time offline. See, with our server, we can turn it off. So if we're like in a position where we're like, oh shit, you know, shit's getting overwhelming right now, but I can't handle it, we can just turn the server off.
Yeah.
But with it being this constantly going for everybody and me like wanting to swap to the other thing, I think... Oh, fuck nuggets, dude.
That's what you're supposed to do with the nuggies.
I think the Eye of Cthulhu will be fine. Did I get that quiver? I did. Do I have a boy and a girl quiver? No, they're both girls.
The good thing as well about the Eye of Cthulhu is it's a dark panel, so you don't need insomnia on it.
True. Ah, fuck. I dragged the bounty dude over here.
Well, it's probably gonna get killed by everything in the maze.
True, everything at the base is pretty actually powerful, actually.
Well, he's dead.
Yeah, but if I want his bounty tickets, which is, by the way, 5.
Dang. Was he, like, close against the wall? Like at the base? Yeah, like, under the Reptiro. I mean, it looked like it had some items below it.
Oh, that one had 3. I'm confused. Maybe somebody took some of mine. I do have transporters going on. Maybe they just took one of the bounties.
They would only take a few items because they're low level, yeah.
They're not low level.
The transporters?
They're level 5 transporting.
Isn't there a Mimog in there too still?
No.
No? Oh, you got rid of the Mimog. Or was the Mimog at the other base? Okay.
Mimog's at the other base. Oh, I need to give these, yeah. I need to get them insomnia. The movie was really good and relatable. What movie? Oh, Thunderbolts. I didn't even realize that was a movie. I don't know. I thought it was a sports team.
The Thunderbolts are go. The Thunderbirds are go. What is the Thunderbolts?
Clearly, it's a movie. Hello.
Oh,
Not paying attention.
Marvel stuff. It's the Thunderbolts, New Avengers.
Oh.
Basically, it's it's like an Avenger team but made up of anti-heroes.
I see. So, like Deadpool?
Possibly he would be one, but he's not in
Isn't it?
this.
Is Deadpool an Avenger? He's not an Avenger.
No. I guess yes and no. He sort of collabs with them occasionally if ever saved. It's a Marvel movie, yeah. It's made with a bunch of like off characters. It's like side characters. Like the Winter Soldier's one of them.
Okay.
Sentry, yeah.
Probably sleeping. Or resting, I don't know. You didn't make it. I didn't make it to bed. Oh no, there's a dead horse.
Yeah. Quick, put it in the juice and make it into glue. But yeah, it just looks like it's basically if the main Avengers are the A team, they're sort of like the B team.
I see.
The heroes are the less known to people and less popular, but like sort of anti-heroes. Sometimes villains, sometimes heroes.
I see.
I don't know enough about the comics to give a more.
Do you want to know who I fuck with? Who's fucking badass, but also like, he's definitely not hero. but I wouldn't
No.
say he's fully villain either. I don't know. He has his moments. He's absolutely a villain. Absolutely a villain. Okay, Magneto.
Magneto, yeah.
He is he's deep.
They make
He's
him
got really good depth.
they make him more of a more ambiguous in the movies
I
compared to the comics.
love his ambiguity.
Hmm. He did nothing. Yep, he definitely did nothing.
Mm. He's cool. I like him a lot. Is he not as ambiguous in the comics?
Nothing.
That's not what I said.
More. Oh, he's more ish. He does have moments where he's, you know, good-ish. Like, where he's ambiguous, but it's mostly. Yeah, he wants to nuke the whole human race. He's a lot more racist in the comics. And violent. He's like. He's not like he wants power for the mutants. He wants to wipe out humans so there's only mutants.
Oh yeah, no, that sounds like him.
Um, he's a lot more evil in the comics. The same with Mystique. Mystique has a lot less like ambiguity. She's just more of an evil character. But there are universes because you know multiverse and all that.
Yeah. Where like they're quote unquote like good. There are variants where they're good, and there's also variants where all the good people are evil. I see.
Good old multiverse. But in like the main universe, quote unquote, it's yeah. He's a lot more.
I'm not really like, I've never been the kind of person who's like, I'm on the side of the villain because I'm edgy or shit, whatever. But unless of course it's like a show that's like centered around the villain. And in which case, it's one of those things. It's like I watch once and I'm like, oh yeah, I can see it from his perspective. I completely get it.
Yeah, who would
And then
do
I'll
that?
think about it later, and I'll be like, wow, Walter White's a dick.
Yeah. Anyone who sees Walter White as a hero needs to have themselves assessed. He is an absolute piece of shit from the start.
Yeah, he really is.
Even before he gets into the drugs, he's an arrogant asshole. Blames all his failure on others because he decided to leave a profitable company
Yeah.
to, you know, look after his family. And they haven't said they'd be happy to have him back.
Yeah. And he's like, nah, I don't want your charity. It wouldn't be charity. He fucking earned that shit. And he even claims that he fucking earned that shit. He knows that he earned that shit. And yet,
It's basically he wants to be CEO without. Well, after he's left the company, he wants to be like equal partner, equal CEO. But you've left the company, you've given up all your rights to be that. You would have to come in as an employee and then earn that back again. He could do that though. No. He must cook with Jesse.
time to cook. Gotta make meth. It's good money though.
And he's one of the most street illiterate people I've ever seen. He doesn't understand the concept of paying your dealers.
It's all about risk.
Or like your mules. We didn't have to pay mules before, yeah, because you worked for a guy who fucking didn't need to pay mules. Because he was transporting it with his chicken.
I have no idea what you just said, but it sounded like chicken. Did you say chicken?
I didn't say chicken.
Oh, transport.
I said before.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I fucking was like, what the hell do you mean chicken?
Before, they didn't need to pay the mules because, they had a guy who had a massive supply chain where he just transported it with his chicken.
Yeah. Like, I'm not in the drug business. I'm in the empire business.
He really was. The stupidest thing.
He pushed his luck. The stupidest thing.
The stupidest thing was him ever challenging Gus.
Mm-hmm. He'd have been
Gus
golden.
should have won that.
Yeah. Everything was fucking circumstantial. That's how we got.
Yeah. I like the look of this medal in this area.
Thanks. I thought you'd like it.
It fits in so fucking well.
I agree.
Now,
Now you?
I don't know if I'm hungry or not. Are you hungry?
Yeah.
You want to split a butter chicken?
No.
You want some chicken nuggets of the diner kind? And tots?
Yeah.
Yeah? You gonna split some chicken nuggets? Yeah, and tots?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Make sure you make enough that we can split them.
I'll make enough for you.
You know what's funny is I was gonna say that. There's gonna be some places underneath. I'm gonna have to like probably stair up to. Stair, like make stairs. Because I said ladder up too, but I mean the ladder's not really what I need. Retreat from hell. No. Imagine, hypothetically speaking, if streamer avatar worked, but we were the pals that we were in the game. Ooh. That would be a lot of work. But it would be cool. I could see. I'm gonna see something. There is one, but it's got 102 pounds. So it's not gonna have yours. Yeah. Tristan's intentionally slowing himself down. What he's doing right now is he knows I'm way behind. And he knows I'm trying really hard to catch up to him levels wise. And he's trying to slow himself down. He's trying not to get on stream right now so that I have the opportunity to catch up. He's being really sweet. So he's like, oh, I don't know if I want to get on stream right now. He's too fucking sweet because it is literally, he's trying not to pressure me when it comes to time. He's not trying to be like, oh, well, I'm gonna get on stream, so we need to swap to our other world. He wants to play. And he's not, because he knows I want to catch up levels wise. It was stressing me out yesterday. He's, I have the best husband. I feel bad. Now he's over there making me food. He does so much for me. Makes me cry sometimes. Even though I don't really cry, happy cry. It's just like the feelings I feel right now is like I feel like the word would be pity. But it's like I feel like he deserves so much better than me. I feel like a trash human compared to him. He's so fucking awesome. And then he's got me, which I feel like I'm fucking nothing. You know. And I wish I could just give this fucking man the world. I really do. I want to give him everything he could possibly want, you know. He deserves everything he could ever want and more. He is such a good person. He is the best person I fucking know. Stars. Hi, babe.
Oh, I had a problem going up the stairs.
What?
What?
What? Oh my god, booty. Oh, thank you, thank you. Got it 42 for her now. You're so cute.
No.
Yes.
Before ferocious
Damon?
Damon.
You're more ferocious than Damon? Damon will be pleased to think you, or know that you think he's ferocious.
So ferocious. Sitting there in the corner, being quiet.
Sitting in the corner? How do you know? Demon?
Damon.
Oh, that was Damon.
Damon just likes to sit in the corner, be quiet, not really do much.
Oh. I was
Successfully confused my wife.
I did. I was very confused. I thought that for some reason Damon was here, or you didn't think I was talking about your nephew. Our nephew.
My patience.
But, okay, fine. It can be just your nephew, bitch. But I'm
Oh,
sharing Hazel and Logan, though.
You can have Gideon.
I don't want Gideon. I mean, it's fine. I'll take Gideon. Whatever. He's better now.
That's good. Better when you're not there.
Exactly. Pretty much he has learned the family rule, okay? If I'm nearby, you have to hate me.
Hate you or judge you partially. One or the other.
Waldron's so great. Look how good he is at cooking. He's almost as good as Walter White.
Yes.
Basement. Okay, okay. Did I trigger him again? I did not. No, I didn't. What the fuck are they fighting? Oh, it was more Wraith. Alright. At least we know that they can work together. You're seeming kind of sus lately. What do you mean? Me? You sussy bug.
Huh? How?
Lucy called me a sussy bugger.
Sussy bugger?
Walter.
I don't fucking know that.
Oh, the meme. Is it not the meme? I think they did make the actor who played Hank. I don't know if you saw it. They made the actor who played Hank say you're a sussy bugger. It was one of those like you can pay him to say things. I don't think it was a deep fake.
Oh, one of those. Yeah. Like,
Cameo, that's what's from. Wee.
Celebrities are just like beggars. Oh, anything fun.
Taking them out, we're just cooking it. We're close.
Your money is what makes a celebrity famous. It just shows to never see a movie with a particular celebrity in it, and they wouldn't be a celebrity. Their career would be over. People like certain celebrities, even if they're bad voice actors. They go see movies with celebrities in it, and they complain about the voice acting and terrible.
Thing is, those aren't voice actors. They're just like actors, and you're just like, I like their voice. Let's make them.
Ryan Reynolds is not a good voice actor.
You know who's an amazing actor and voice actor?
Mark Hamill.
All right. I was gonna say Robin Williams.
Robin Williams, yes. Yeah. We'll get him to star in a few things.
Yeah. I are. Yeah. Now we live in a metal box. And the metal box looks good.
These people can be the most depressed.
Go over here. Take a look at it from afar. See if it blends in.
A lot of depressed people know that if they are actually in how they feel, they'll become even more depressed because everyone will stop hanging out with them.
I'm gonna put more,
They are quote unquote down.
I'm going to put windows in there when I unlock them. Oh, I unlock glass. I unlock glass. Wait.
Oh, what kind of window?
Glass.
Oh.
What level do I unlock glass?
7,000.
I know I meant to unlock it before I unlock Japanese stuff.
Oh, there it is. Up.
Oh, okay.
I have named it land. Molasses.
Molasses. Molasses.
Oh my god. Those bugs.
You, my dear.
Oh, Danny. I don't know why you married me. Like you like me or something, but okay.
Like I like you or something, Bako. And I just like...
If you place one, I believe you can replace it. No, I think if it's a regular wood full wall, if we can get that there. It's just a single wall. It doesn't replace double. Rip it all down. Gonna be symmetrical.
Oh, I just gotta change some shit around.
Whether all.
Take a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. But I just aged myself.
I've never heard that ad. I think it's an American ad. We could delete the stair on the left and replace the stair back on.
Think
That's
so.
allowed to.
That-
Sometimes it's allowed to.
Before it's built.
It does.
That
Was just a
Oh, are you kidding me? Oh.
That was just a hope and a pipe dream.
I was like, maybe if I do it before it's built.
Even after it was built, it still would have worked. But like, wow, I'm surprised that worked. My iPhone means Bring out the chicken yourself.
Oh,
Somewhere.
I've never heard that.
Yeah. That's an added teriyaki chicken that I mentioned, yeah.
Okay, now is shimmer.
I love smash.
Oh, I don't know. I thought that had some work suitability of kindling my brain. Smash. Oh shit! There's only 2 lettuce here. By 2 lettuce, I mean 2 salads. Alright, I gotta go see what they've been doing over here. I just carved myself in the eyeball.
Blink to restore your barrier. Keep your blind.
I got a Ragnarok. I got a Blaze Howl. None of those. None of those was a Reptero. We do have to get new transporters for this base cruiser. This one's fine, but the other one is a calamari and it's slow and low. I think what we're gonna need to do for certain is get a Lulu. Like that's not even a like, oh, I just want a Lulu because they're cute, you know. It's like we need a Lulu. Hey gang, just stopping to see how it's going. Gotta get back to work soon. Have fun, Horton. Thank you for stopping by. We need a Lulu and we need a transporter. Could get another Quivern. Quiverns aren't doing half bad. Keeping up here, you know. And they're pretty fast. They're good at dueling. Pretty good transporter. How did it? Oh shit. Rest time. Oh, it's not nice.
Need more salt. There's plenty more on my plate.
Decided this is gonna be the transporter at the other base. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Heavyweight, I'll give it nocturnal and it'll be fine.
Oh, you want? Can't be.
Baby key. Aw, you added my name to your hair. I feel so honored. Yeah. Yeah, well, I feel honored that you donated, so thank you. Extra day Subathon, please.
Yeah, yeah. If you donate 10 subs, you get added to the hit.
The model, somewhere on the model.
Oh yeah, the model. You get your name on the model.
Did I have another quiver? Am I losing my mind?
Gotta get back to work soon. Oh, I hope you have a good day at work.
Am I having a stroke?
You having a stroke?
I thought I saw another quiver in here, which was weird, because, like, I don't have any more quiverns. Okay, I will get it in a second.
Okay, that would be here. And is it lunch? I hope you have a yummy lunch, and you get to enjoy us to some yummy lunch.
He's a hard worker. Look at him go.
Aww.
Like the Memok who's probably sleeping. No, he's not. He's working.
Are you having insomnia?
Yeah, he's just little. I need to get a Lulu.
Mm-hmm.
It will solve all the problems.
I am all the problems.
It will solve you.
Like a Rubik's Cube?
Yep.
Just got him. Just put us one in.
Eating nugget and thought. Wow.
Nuggies.
What the fuck? Yeah, that's what I wanted first thing as soon as I fucking get here. Oh look, this Lulu already has insomnia.
It's already awake.
Unless of course that's night owl. Still also a possibility. Bitch. Bitch. Okay, I'm out of good balls now. Damn it. Run! Don't help me with logging. Let's go.
The slight delay makes it so hard to catch things that are moving, like at a weird at an angle. You press the button, like a ball, and it doesn't register for a little bit. Maybe homing would be really good. Maybe we should get all the Lunaris effigies.
I have a Lunaris, but it's not my party.
Oh, okay.
I have Panic in my party to save me from potentially using a ball. There's 10% chance of not using a ball. Which is good when I'm trying to use expensive balls that I can't make. That's aggressive. No. Got chill air. They're just fucking chill. Chill dogs. Unlike the other dogs in this region. Ow! Oh no! What is happening?
It wants to sleep in, but it's got work to do.
It's a mood. Babe!
Babe? I am babe? What's that? Dr. Braun. Hello, Doctor.
Is a Giga Skirt good enough?
Probably not, but try.
If I heard him first.
Maybe.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, that one is a bit more than one attack.
Alright, I'm wanted.
Wanted, dead or dead.
I will be shook. I was like, hold on a minute. Look, I'm already a fucking criminal.
You feeling lucky, people?
though. Like, it keeps getting him in the ball. It's just so low that he's not staying in it. Dang! Get a frickin' lure big. I could probably use a Mega Sphere, it's got a better chance. 0.07% chance.
Double Tony. I should have some of this. Everyone.
Look, the chance is low, but it's not 0. I mean, kind of is.
Make sure you have your D. Everything.
I checked my D already. Checked my D already. Look, I have nothing better than this, Dr. Braun. You're just gonna have to suffer. Get in the ball and stay in it. Sir.
Do you want me to come over with whatever balls I have before we swap over to that stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, let me just load up the game. No, it's very ethical.
He does science experiments, okay? I'm taking him off the streets.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he does ask for permission, but he mutilates cows. And he's got the protection of the illegal police, the corrupt police. How are you, Keith? Yeah. He's a very harmless man. Just making a few more ultra spheres.
Okay. What the fuck?
What the fuck? Did you just clip into the wall? I'm on my way.
Where'd it go? What the fuck? Oh, he disappeared.
Really?
He's gone. Where the fuck? That's some bullshit. I'm sorry. God.
It's
Tried
okay.
to traumatize me.
He just got caught in the terrain and then phased out of existence because he does that sometimes.
Oh.
I guess. Learn some new skills.
I love how they're thinking about shooting me. You guys want to shoot me? I'll stand right here. Go ahead, I believe in you. Yeah. What about you guys?
Keyboard.
You guys want to take pictures? You guys want to shoot me too? Come on, I believe in you.
you even wanted anymore?
Huh? Yeah, I'm still because they see me.
You wanna help them?
Here's a
I can
car.
help them shoot you.
Here's a car. Okay.
Oh,
You okay? That's rude.
oh my god, he's figured out where you are. Run.
Run so fast, so speed.
That's in the way.
I'm just
I'm not
lightly prancing away.
If you shoot me, this is police brutality. I'm not wanted. I'm not interfering with your investigation. I'm just walking in. Oh, fastest route.
Hey, we've seen from some videos that
You don't have
lots
rights.
of videos from lots of angles.
We have, yes. Protesting is a crime worthy of death. Apparently. According to the
Bicycles.
icicles of a gun.
Old blocks. Frozen cubes. I have 2 legendary spheres and 30 pal spheres, and that's it. I want this huge rocky egg, because what the fuck is in a huge rocky egg? Is that a menacing Terra?
That would be really weird if it was.
What else could it be?
Hopes and dreams, my love.
Yeah, I would like to open this and it just be hopes and dreams, okay? You didn't tell me 100 subs were gonna be in here. Excuse me, could you guys like ignore me really quick while I grab these off the...
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get.
I got bean slicer, motherfucker!
Oh, that's a good one.
I know. That's why I stayed
Except for
here.
Moonlord. Sorry, my love.
Yeah. I gotta get a Lulu. What?
Whenever you are ready to swap over to that server, I'm happy to. So,
Gotta get a Lulu.
yeah, that's okay. Take your
It's
time.
important I have to get a Lulu first. Because that way shit can actually fucking happen. And our pals won't die.
Yeah.
To be fair, I'm likely going to, at least for the workshop, probably put them away. And then I'll open back up ingredients so they can put berries in the thing at least.
Yeah.
I just need them continuously making food. But it'd be easier if we have a Lulu.
It would be easier. Whatever, young.
That Dazamu has 100, 158. What if it was a Anubis? I don't know why an Anubis egg would be here.
It could be, but I don't think it'll be huge. I feel like that would be large.
Can we get Anubis from one of them? Also, I've started like saving the Gale Claw Ninjago, whatever they're called.
Yeah,
Do we have some? They're in a chest. I'm just leaving them alone. I'm not putting those in the truck.
Yeah, no.
No.
We save that for raid food.
Yeah. Okay. Do I even have sugar? Do you have fire? You do have a fire ability.
Oh, honey, you and my sugar candy girl, and you got me making fires. Awesome. Oh, I am not live currently as well.
Okay.
I will be going live. I got a countdown on YouTube for 17 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay. I'm gonna try and get a Lulu with the power of sugar. Damn it, my controller disconnected. Sugar, sugar, dirty, bum, 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 bum. Honey, honey. Candy girl.
And you got me making your ears bleed.
Why do you guys watch us?
Wild Iron Hand. Iron Hand. She catching hands. She catching his hand.
Well, it has 2 hands. They're really big hands, too.
So it's just a brick of iron. One whole schmickly boo.
Schmickly boo.
Schmingle.
Tristan told me I robbed him yesterday. Because I stole, quote unquote, a couple dollary dues.
She stole all the dollar.
It was very important that I get rid of ads off that game. I paid $2.99 AUD. Probably not. It was probably $2.99 USD. But
no, it would be listed in AUD prices.
oh. Oh, got 2 more legendary spheres. Fabulous, fabulous. Okay, now we have a lone Lulu. A lone Lulu. Okay, there's nothing else around. Why did my controller disconnect again, you whore?
Just like my keyboard.
Okay, there's a bushy down there. We don't want to piss it off, right? Oh god, oh thank goodness our defense is so much better now. Down here. Go sugar.
Okay. Are you bad guy? You are not good guy. You don't have eyes. Okay. You're not the best. One day.
Okay, I have thrown a singular. Nope, okay. A little bit more damage. A little bit more damage.
My favorite singular note.
Okay. Second spear. Nope, pass it. Pass it out. Get it. Sugar, fight that bitch. Please. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Hey, bring balls, please.
Give me a second.
I'm so glad, Panic. Could you not do that maybe when I was using legendary spheres and not regular pal spheres? I'm dying, babe. I'm dying. Please come.
I'm on my way. I'm getting pushed.
I'm gonna fucking die. That's just it. Well, I'm fucking dead.
Well, almost here.
The beach. No! Do not attack Lulu. She's dead. Sugar killed Lulu.
Okay. Well, we can get another one.
God damn it. All that fucking work, dude. At our level, Lulus are tanky as shit. We have 13 pal spears. I'm so upset.
It's also that we just don't have the spheres required to actually catch them, because we're not really getting the better ones. We've got 8 ultras, which is a 5% chance. Expeditions give hell spheres as well. That's why it's always good to do expeditions. But then we need to do the better towers to get better pal spheres.
I liked that one down there because it wasn't surrounded by other things that were going to attack. Here's one.
There's a few around here.
This one has 99 attack. Let's go for it. Perfect.
It's gonna fuck us up.
Oh my god, there's 2 over here with 99 attack.
Why did you attack the battalion?
Thank goodness. Yay!
Ace Swimmer and Vanguard.
Awesome.
No negatives is a positive.
Yep, that we can give it insomnia.
Yep.
I'm gonna go put the workshop pals away. I'm gonna put berries in the trough for...
Yeah. I'm going to put Lulu in the farm and then see if I can finish making the fridge. That's the only thing I need to upgrade again.
Yeah, right?
It's just cryogenic coolant that way.
You see that? Is it?
Yeah. The Meldrin's making the rest of the refined iron. Let's just try cryogenic coolant now. Which... don't really want to get rid of anything from here. What would Lulu replace?
Sublex.
Not one in high quality
Or
song.
Lucy.
True. We don't exactly need bones yet.
Sure.
No, we're not in a bad bones. Oh wait, I mean... we can both be. Carnival?
What?
Did you already build 3 large pal beds?
Yeah.
Damn.
Omnia civil as well. So let's do that. Yeah, that's gonna massively boost the production, and it'll only get better as she gets more stars. I would not be against giving Lulu the 1-star star fruit that I got from the quest.
Fair enough. Okay.
Well, you make that while I go grab it. Yeah, that'll make a 1-star, which then will Lulu is acquisition, right? Or is it growth rate?
I don't remember. Let me check.
Either way.
Growth rate. So far, it's increasing the growth rate of crops by 50%. Prunella is acquisition.
Um. I have no idea. I'm just gonna put this here for now.
And you're fine ingot, polymer, and cryogenic coolant.
It's we had enough. I placed it over there by the back wall next to the. I just put it somewhere.
Oh, okay.
It can go there. It doesn't have to stay there. It's just. Well, I'll go get it. So you can work on that.
It ain't gonna help. Give me like 20 seconds.
Lulu, where are you? Lulu, oh Lulu, wherefore art thou? There you are, Lulu. Look here, this. Yum, 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 yum. Give you a detail. 55% growth rate increase. Based on guild chest electrician. Those two won't be hard, but
And now we can have a third base.
that's gonna be big for when we jump back on this level.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I get to look around. In the meantime, I'm going to do this.
Electric kitchen. Oh.
Do you need anybody? I mean, besides the mold drawn out right now.
No, I don't. I don't need any. Just trying to.
You're trying to build the kitchen?
If we get a little bit more refined ingots, we can build. I've got the kitchen.
Okay.
The materials for the kitchen inventory. I will take that through the other base. I know we don't have power there necessarily, but that is where all our food production stuff's gonna be, right?
Yeah.
So get power at some point. Destroy
Be
that.
so rude. I think you're human too. Why you gotta be so rude? I'm gonna marry you anyway. Marry that girl. Marry you anyway. Marry that girl. How many more ingots do we need? Refined ingots?
It takes a total of 50. I don't know what we have left at the base because I took what I had to build this.
Not 50.
Yeah.
See how much I can cook.
I know a way to get 50 though. Do you see that sphere assembly line?
Oh yeah.
I don't use that often.
Yeah, let's do that.
Do you have the ancient technology points to unlock it? Wait, you have the level to unlock it. It's 41?
I could just come in here and try to make fun of me. You're a fucking bitch, you know that? I fucking hate you.
I knew that the day I married you. That I'm a bitch and that you hate me.
That's why you said you love me from the bottom of your fart.
Mm-hmm. It's because I'm such a bitch.
Hey, you're building it over there?
Yeah. I don't know if you want to know over here, but...
I don't care. I don't care where it goes, honestly. I just would like slots. More slots for the farm is nice. I can't wait to be able to build a new base area.
The one thing I think that could be good to power that electric kitchen is we have a sparker. Because the kitchen only uses power when it's actually cooking. So it can make electrical things when it's not powering things.
Hey, where are you at?
I went back. Did
Are
you
you
skip
kidding
that?
me? I fucking came here! Because this is where you said you wanted it!
I don't have the ancient technology points yet. You know, do I? Do we have any books for ancient technology points?
No, because I use them as soon as I get them.
No. Maybe 4? Don't mind me, I'm gonna go quickly do 4 bosses. Put the materials in like the chest or something. Yeah.
Place should be in a lot better position when we come back.
Yeah, the fact we'll have like 2 extra slots is massive for the farm. More than anything else, it's massive for the farm.
Mm-hmm. We need to get a Pernelli at some point. Are we putting Lucy back out?
Yeah, we can put Lucy back out. Did I take Lucy?
Yeah. Get a little electric thingy. Right. Unless, of course, no, you said you wanted to spark it, yeah?
Well, anything that can produce electrical then should be able to power things. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have sparkets. I have a lot of sparkets.
we don't need it right now because we're not exactly cooking, but
So, have it generating, you know, or whatever, and still get electrical organs.
sure, yeah.
Which is good, because I'm getting ready to break this one.
Yeah, we just need to make sure if it has anything other than ranching and electricity, just to turn it off so it just either ranches or electricities.
Wow. I love how they notify us beforehand that a server's going down.
I just don't think they know.
It's almost done anyways. Oh my gosh.
I just don't think they
I know how short that notification is. Make sure to let everybody know before the server goes down. Server's going down!
Yeah, I don't think they know like what setting they need to change to add the timer that we have in house. It's literally just like how long before? Literally right there. We're right at the point. Did I get okay. I need 4. I got 2. That feels good.
Maybe everybody else gets a notification earlier, but because we're in Australia.
It's got a 60-second delay.
Yeah. No. Lag.
don't think the lag.
Ping. Really bad ping.
You know, I'm happy to use that as copium.
I'm so confused. That's weird. Why is everything here light? Okay. Alright, gotta choose a spark it. Do you want to spark it with pacifist, or a spark it with spirit of Zen, or a spark it with brave, or a spark it with abnormal, or a spark it with stronghold strategist, belly body, and glutton, or do you want one with brittle, or do you want to spark it with diet lover, or do you want to spark it with masochist, earthquake resistance, and sleek stroke, or do you want to spark it with healing coach, or do you want to spark it with unstable, veil of darkness, dainty eater, and cheery, or do you want a spark it with nimble, or do you want to spark it with nothing, or do you want to spark it with nothing, or do you want to spark it with Lawton Foreman, or do you want to spark it with ace swimmer, or do you want to spark it with motivational leader, or do you want to spark it with impatient and abnormal, or do you want to spark it with sadist, or do you want to spark it with nothing, or do you want to spark it with hard skin, or do you want to spark it with brave, or do you want to spark it with diamond body?
Can you repeat that for me?
I think I'm gonna go with diet lover.
Yeah, diet level. Yeah, it's the only one that isn't active.
I'm not gonna tell this one what to do. This one's gonna have this one do what it wants to do, except for move stuff. No handiwork for you. No transporting for you either. You can do electric, or you can do the farm. Tristan come back so he can build the fucking guild chest, but he's doing his thing.
I'm in need of one more ancient technology point, which I'm running to the boss now. I definitely didn't forget my flyer because I put it in the chest.
I'm gonna put the spark it on that real quick. To be a little bossy. Just a little bossy right now.
Does Sparker just have electricity generation and ranching? That's it?
No. Electricity generation, handiwork, transporting, and ranching.
Ah, because it has hands. It can do hands.
Get that.
And transport. Okay, let me go to Tokyo.
I do, actually. I'm gonna tell this fucker to do whatever the fuck he wants. If he wants to, that's fine. He can upkeep it. Okay? Totally fine with him upkeeping. Okay? But he's slow as shit. Let's be real.
It took a while to keep it.
Going for this guy real quick.
Nightwing, where are you?
What?
I'm hunting down the Nightwing boss.
Okay.
Floof. That is not named yet because you haven't deserved the title of Floof yet. That can be only one. Okay, I have the ancient technology points I need, so I'm gonna unlock the decal gun set.
Okay. Gonna look really pretty.
That's probably Lucy, I imagine. No, it's Brando. Hi, Brando. Good morning, you absolutely beautiful human being. You deserve all the snacks and a spider-free home.
Are we not sharing chat, babe? Do you hate me?
Oh, I, no. Yeah, I hate you.
Did he hate
It's the
me?
worst.
Yeah.
Mm.
You know, he just didn't want to see you message. He didn't want to see your messages, Lucy. That's all it was.
I didn't want you to see Brando flirt with me.
Brando, you're flirting with my husband.
Yeah, just...
What the fuck are my brown cherries doing? What you doing? Just vibing? Current task, watering my ass. Doesn't look like anything's going up in watering. What you watering? What are you watering? Is this like a watering and waiting to water what? Waiting to water what? Everything's ready to water. Everything's ready. You can do it right now. I think that one might be set on the mill.
Would you say Brando is correct?
Well, I gotta flirt with one of you and he seems more likely to accept it. Yeah. True.
But Aiko is more likely
Where
to
is
go.
where is the other run, Jerry?
You said you had the materials?
Maybe. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. We're missing a bronze cherry. It's in the base somewhere. Okay? Look, if there's anything I've learned about this city, this base, it's fucking the city, it's haunted. Okay? And it's okay. I've decided to deal with it for this server. I've brought that. I don't know what else you need.
Paldium fragments. That's half of what I need. Can you please go and fetch more? Unless you have. Oh my gosh, she finished. She's a bitch. I mean a ghost. She's sort of you saw something. This makes me think right now.
Just throw a whole ass thing of barbecue sauce at me.
I didn't dye it because it's half empty. Aiko's more likely to cut me than have the homie stuff.
It's true.
I feel like Aiko's also more likely to cut you if you flirt with me. She's very protective. It's because she thinks I'm cute.
Question.
Honey?
Is there anything else you need besides that?
No, it's just the 50 left. The remaining 50 Paldium fragments.
Yes, because I got really excited about something. And I wish I'd done something about it earlier. I would have plenty of time. But now...
Oh no, Aloha left my protection. Thank you. I'm just gonna chop his hair. Why not?
It's like I've been starving. I've been living in the nothing verse. Is there anybody here that... anybody not here that should be... Moldron? Moldron's missing.
I flirt with you, but I don't want you. Exactly. I am taken. I am in love. I am happy.
Okay, where is the Aloha? Oh, he's over there.
Aloha's over there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the other bronze cherry up was back.
Yeah, I just brought it back. Alright, do we have both of our transporters? Duelith and Memo. We have 3 of those, 2 of those. I think we're good. Not afraid to close my eyes. What? Oh, right.
Oh my gosh. It's Dion. Lena's just such a nice name. I like that name. Well, why not with Lucy? Okay. Upgrade.
Yay!
Yeah, the next one. Yay, okay. What else? Oh, you want to put, the coal in the
Yeah, Lucy will cry if he's not out.
He's all
He wants to show everybody his bone.
The fucking goofy one running and walking and everything. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the other base, deposit my inventory, and then we swap.
Yeah. I'm gonna put these eggs. First, I have... If I put an egg in here, do you think they'll be able to take my egg? if they're not in the guild.
Again, where?
The incubator.
Oh no, I'll be able to take it. No one will be able to take it. Only you and me will be able to take that. I think if PvP was on, then maybe, but...
Oh my gosh! I need to make another bed.
What? Fuck.
You fuck.
Thingy.
Fine. I can fuck myself. Fuck. It's fine. I got this. I'm a problem solver. I am a problem solver. I am a problem solver.
I am a problem.
Oh, there's plenty of beds here because Tristan made the big ones.
Yeah, my big. You can take a big.
Neither one.
I see that you've upgraded our souls to giant souls to use.
I used as many as I could.
I just occasionally check it every so often to keep track of how many we have.
I have 3 large souls in my pocket.
I got three large souls in my pocket. Along with pocket seed. Way.
See how much faster you cook now. You see? Oh, that's so much faster. Look at you go. I've never used this. I've never used the electric kitchen because it just doesn't fit aesthetically.
It is.
It does for this base.
It really does, yeah. Technology is going to fit really well with this base.
Where
Technology,
is...
yeah.
So we already passed by the big pretty cooker thingy? No, we didn't.
No, the big oven will be next. That will be level... something. 49. Large scale stone oven.
Rick to set this to where pals can pick it up. There you go.
Just have my Ragnar Hawk out finishing this Kindle and research.
I have to pee. I'll be back.
Okay, I'll finish this research and then I'll swap over. Yeah, I saw you log out. I found my Darth Vader PJ bottoms and I forgot how comfy they were. Oh, PJ bottoms. I love PJs. I've got a lot of different like pajama pants. And they're so nice. I'm wearing fluffy pink ones with sloths on them right now. Very comfy. Hey honey, welcome back. You've never heard of manlier pants? Yeah, I know, so manly. Pink sloths. Oh, pink pajama pants with sloths. They're so cute, adorable, very fluffy. Yeah, it's like the first pair of pants I've actually gotten for pajama pants, right? Aka's not really a pants person.
I have the Eeyore pajama pants that
You have
I've had for like a decade. It's like the only pair of pajama pants I've had for like a fucking decade, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the things we're gonna do is we're gonna wind up we're just gonna like take pictures randomly. It's not gonna be constantly, it's just gonna be fucking random.
It'll be random when we remember, when we feel like it.
Like, oh wait, I just realized I can take a picture of this.
Okay, while you get the server stuff set up, I'm gonna go take the Berberkashire and the. I feel like you had
Quite a bit of spare sauce.
I don't lick my plate clean.
I didn't lick my plate.
I get excited, okay?
You do get excited.
I'm just like, ketchup! Yes! I also wasn't really like paying attention. I should have catch a Lulu. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited about a few things. One, I'm excited to be in this world again because it slows down. It slows me down. Really glad about that. Two, happy to be back in the Psychic Arena. That's going to be really nice. Three, it's going to be nice to have this much slower levels. That's going to be a lot more relaxing. And four, I get to take pictures of more pals. That's going to be fun. Yes. That is a chicken. Would you like to say hello? Getting hard. Nope, 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 nope. Come back. Bitch. Some of these things. I kind of want to just like at least get what's at the base if I can. Maybe I'll get a really nice picture of like something at the base. I'm like, oh my god, so cute. Oh, I kind of want to get that. Hold on, hold on. Okay, and Nimog. Nimog, which will actually be pretty hard to get a picture of under normal circumstances. Hello? Can you like turn around? Where are you going? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Now I'll just wait for it. Cornelia, the fact, dude. Oh, now everybody's like, I'm going upstairs. I'm not taking a picture of you at an angle.
I'm back. Hello. Hello, I'm yellow.
And it ran away.
Thank you, Lucifer 44666. Oh,
No!
where's
No!
my outfit? I don't remember what I was up to.
Come on, look at me.
Oh my god, pals that are actually at my level?
I know, right?
I just got back up the stairs and you're telling me to hydrate? Ah. Oh, it's on everything.
I was trying really hard to get the Berloha, but now it's in a wall.
Posture check.
I'm just getting some screenshots, don't mind me. I'm not even gonna mark down, like... Shit, that was terrible. basically I'm not marking down an X for any of these that I take pictures of. It'll be like if I find out later that I had a good one.
Yeah, I'll mark off later.
Oh my god, the Dynamoth one's pretty good though. Hold on.
I marked off like the Nightwing, but none of it good. Or they were amazing, the Nightwing photos, just...
Yeah, they were fantastic pictures. They were just not good for purposes.
Do they know about purposes?
Yeah.
No! No, Pepsi.
Oh my god, so cute, but it would look really bad, like with the background removed. I love her so much. You're so cute, so precious. You know, a version of you in an alternate universe tried to kick my ass today.
Did you already get a salary?
No.
No.
Oh my god, Deborah, aloha. Every time I go to take a picture of you, you stick your head in the ceiling. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Bleh. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Yeah. Oh, that one photo is probably
Okay.
great. The Gumas. That's so
I
fucking
fucking love the Gumas.
Oh.
Ah! The Bala's pissing me off. We're gonna have to like, oh my god, we need to make a base and just call it like the photo studio.
Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of bells that just need to be in the photo studio.
How many bases do we have? 4. How many bases do we have? 4. I have 1, 2, and then we have the ranch, and then we have... I'm gonna go to the ranch.
I have food for my team. What's happening? Ah! I'm under attack!
Are you?
Yeah, I may have gone over to the oil rig, but I realized as soon as I got there, where's Floof? He's not in my team. Neither is Big Floof. I'm running around catching things on my Ragnar.
It's gonna be really hard to get, like, some of these... Oh, shit.
I think especially the flyers, we're gonna have a really hard time with.
Yeah. And there's things that just, like, spawn in groups, and it's like... Can I get you by yourself, please?
Mm-hmm. Just never want to be in there.
Oh, come on, you were doing something cute a second ago. Why are you like this? Don't look at me that way. No, you were being adorable.
No, I've only got Ferocious and a Floof. I don't have Demon God on this one. But this Floof is strong. Very, very strong.
I don't have a super strong, like, woolly pop in this world. But I have a Moldron crystal that can breed fucking anything.
Yeah, you have so much higher potentials. Oh, that's a good number.
The ore mining site too yet. But I did just get the Subathon. Let me see what kind of make it. Let me go to the mine.
Is there assembly line 2, assembly line 1? I can get those.
Oh, you know what's gonna be kind of rough?
Cool. I can get both of the things to upgrade our case. What's gonna be rad?
Oh, trying to get like the duelith knot. Because it's on the ground. Which is adorable, but that's not how I'm gonna want to get the picture of it.
You're gonna have to get it while it's standing up. there are some in the world tree, or we can like hit it to start combat with it, and then just the other person take photos. I do imagine there's going to be quite a few things that will need us to double team them.
Yeah, like the fuck.
Ooh, fuck, fuck, fuck.
Oh my god. Does the beacon land?
Powerbox upgraded, we can have 20 in our base. Ooh, next upgrade will give us another base slot. Currently have
Yeah, that was a
4.
shit.
Refrigerator. Oh, I remember this technology. Technology.
Technology.
Wow, we've got a level of a bunch already to get to it. To get to
Oh my god!
it.
Tell me I got that. Tell me I got that, please.
Yeah. Gotta get to level 39 to make the next technology.
Babe!
Huh?
Oh,
That is so cute!
oh my god, that is adorable. That was like at the end of an animation too, and then she ran off.
Mm-hmm.
That was so cute.
Super cute. I am in love with you. I am so loved too. I think I'm ready to start expanding my base more.
Okay.
Currently, it's just a house with some things. Oh.
Surely one of those is good. Human. Human. Officer Bevis. We spent a long time yesterday. We were looking up pals and stuff like that, like pictures of them, and I was just like not happy with any of them.
Yeah,
So
yeah. It literally was like they're not bad, but it's just.
I love having slots for more pals. It makes me so happy.
You already have more pals in this world than we have access to in the other world. Okay, so I think. Have a sec.
I don't think I'm going to compress unless I think I'm going to wind up using it. Because I found myself compressing a lot of pals before.
That you like never use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm going to do is use the dimensional storage to get... Oh, shit. Use the dimensional storage to get the breeding pairs of pals, like a male and a female of each that are good.
Yeah.
And then I think I'm going to sell the rest, honestly.
Yeah, yeah.
Unless, of course, like it's got a specific passive that I want.
And it'll be really good later to then compress those.
Yep.
With the once we have access to the ancient hatchery.
Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I have a dimensional storage here. Okay, starting with Lambo. Oh, this one has infinite stamina. That's good. And this one has artisan. This one is King of the Waves. Do I care? What's King of the Waves?
Move speed on water. The best one.
Two that have service minded. I will save all 4 of these.
Lambo. Lambo. I murdered him. No, not you! He has become my worst enemy.
Well, I think it was just revenge for all of the foxes you murdered. In Skyrim.
I haven't touched any foxes.
In Skyrim. In Minecraft.
Yet. That is a fair revenge, but at the same time, fuck you. Why is there berry bushes at the top of this tree? What? You hit the wolf with a big bell there? Oh, you're murdering and not farming. Okay, I see how it is. It was indeed not innovate.
All of my liquid. Yep. Lift monks.
All you...
No, you think that's bad? Do you think that's bad? Oh my god. Earlier, I was trying to tell them how much sleep I got. I was trying to say a few hours. Do you know what I said?
What'd you say?
15%. I was like, what? I was like, what the fuck did I just say?
That's my wife. Oh. 15% sleep. I am proud of you. You managed 15%?
The worst part is that
Less on harsh.
the worst part is it was like it wasn't even it didn't even sound like it made sense in the sentence.
Are you okay?
I don't think so.
Do you need to talk to someone?
Why do you think I'm streaming?
I personally. True, you are indeed.
Get a Geico. I just wanted to save 15% or more on my car insurance. But for the car I don't have. Yes, I would love this alpha premise with Night Owl. That'd be great. Thanks.
Oh, wrong. Got just big. Sure, it was there. Ready for your succulent, sweet ass.
There's something wrong with you, babe. I love you. Something wrong with
You
you.
love me?
I
Oh my god.
do love you.
Oh my god, he knows me.
Hamster.
The only thing wrong with me is it took like 26 years to find me.
Oh, my Herbie's a hamster too.
That's also good. If it took it less time.
Oh my god, my Herbie's a girl.
Oh my god, we're packed up full of cheese. How are you, Frosted?
Oh, hi, Frosted. This one's lucky. That's a boy. And this one is a boy. Okay, I don't have any girl T fans. Seems.
Oh, exclamation mark, dad joke. What's the dad joke of the day?
Where do young cows eat lunch? In the cafeteria.
Oh. Tried it even after 8 hours. Oh, it's rough when that happens. I'm familiar
Tough
with
out
that.
here for a gangster.
Living in a gangster's paradise. Oh.
Have to breed me Yakimo later.
I'm making like a mini workshop in this base as like a separate building.
Okay. I think I am going to pull up the database really quick, and I want to see what easily breeds into a Yakimo. Because if I can get, like, I don't have to keep everything that has good stats, right? But like, if I want service-minded and lavish hospitality, I have lavish hospitality on a Vixie. How do I get it on a Yakimo?
True.
Vixie to Yakimo. Did I do that already? Do I have a Yakimo already?
I hope you have a burst of energy soon, Frosted. Sometimes it takes being awake for a while before your sleep actually feels like it's happened. Haven't ordered that.
I have a Yakimo with remarkable craftsmanship, but I do not have a Yakimo with... Weird. I'm surprised I didn't do that already with lavish hospitality.
That is completely fair, Frosted. That's
Do I have a Leafan, a Dynamorph, or a Prunelia?
adult stuff not doing itself. It should be illegal. We have a farm, don't we? Like a ranch. Yeah, we have one of the beds for a ranch. What do we need at this space?
I think it's service-minded on a Yakimo. Don't fucking...
Yeah, do that.
Like, owned. Out of owned pals, what can I get? And it's like, Yakimo plus Yakimo equals Yakimo. Really? Thanks, dumbass. Let's keep going through this. I just have like a fuck ton of Gumosses. That's ferocious. Vanguard, Varmhin, infinite stamina. Infinite stamina would be nice. Can you imagine if I got Eternal Engine and infinite stamina on a Celine?
That would be amazing.
Never have to worry about anything ever. Lucky girl. That's the only other boy. I'm gonna have so much money after this game. I have so many pals. Like, it's crazy. What the fuck did I do? Oh, it's because I have over 1,000 pals here.
Yes.
I have this fucking cracked Vixie, dude.
We actually have our Victi like working for longer than we did the other one.
Body. How can I get, like, what's it take to get a Kumos onto a Yakimo? Shroomer, Prickster, Snocklux. Okay. Doable. Actually, I'm so dumb. Oh, never mind. I'm not dumb because I'm not looking at boss. I'm not looking at... maybe I should be looking at numbers anyways, because some things just, like, you breed to... Because we could change passives. Unless the passives are, like, particularly good.
There's only a few passives you can't change, like Lucky and Legend you can't put on.
Yeah, but, like, these Gumosses or whatever, like... what I'm looking for. I'm not even wearing my glasses. I'm not. That's why I wasn't thinking about it. 'Cause I didn't see it. Okay. Info. Alright. 77, This is trash. This is also trash. I'm not sitting here saying I've got to have like the most badass land balls, but
Nandles don't need their ass to be bad.
ooh, this one's good. 93, 69, 76. Let's see. This one is 100. 73, 48 though. This one's good. This one's a good one. That's a boy. Okay. I'm gonna keep this for the passive. I'm gonna get rid of this and despite the passive. Unless, like, I'll go through and I'll figure it out. If I don't find anything else with infinite stamina.
Mm-hmm.
Let's swap this for the girl. Chickpea.
This one I want as something I want access off to Pearl.
What is this? The girl. I have baby hairs. Wait, what is my Vixie? Bowie. Oh, that's a girl. And it's trash, so. That's fine. It doesn't need to be great. That one doesn't need to be great, at least. Trash. I'm gonna keep this one for the passive, which is Swift. Got no, maybe. I don't know, what are we looking for? This is a male, so we need a female. Okay, this one. Being somewhat picky. Ooh, this cremise is, oh, unfortunate. So 3 greens, but has night owl.
Oh.
I also only have 1 girl, so that was just gonna have to work out. I guess I'll take the night owl for now. I'll probably get rid of the night owl before I. Does my Herbie have good stats? I think so. Oh, yeah. My Herbie's good. I have a good Herbie. How's everybody doing while I'm organizing the house?
Yeah, how is everyone?
Oh, that's a good call. Oh, wait. So talking. Oh my god, I have a Goo mouse with 0 health. Doing great,
Richmond is
Big
on
Timmy.
first.
We both wanted to read it so bad, Lucy. We'll go back and forth. I'm
Doing
great.
and in
Time.
with
You
both
and
everyone. How
are
you
both.
question.
Good.
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you, Lucy. We've been rather in sync lately.
Yeah, we really have. Oh yeah. You can keep this Clovey. Sounds good. Mail. Now we need a Molly. Hold on. Okay, question. Would you rather have a Clovey that has 74, 81, 74, and it has burly body, or a Clovey that has 76, 81, 100, but it has brittle?
Oh. I think I would take the better statted one because you can just change it. Burly body, I think you have access to by default.
It's gold, so I don't think so, but maybe.
You get access to some gold ones. Currently in the process of building my storage room.
There are a lot of good female options. Okay. Why do the night owls have good stats?
I genuinely like how we had the like the med setup in the other base. How we had like meds ammo and like in the meds chest had the
Oh yeah. Oh, it's trash though. Oh, gross. I don't care if it's lucky if it looks like that, or if it has. Oh, do I? Oh, if I'm just passing it on. If I'm just passing it on. If I'm just passing on the lucky. I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't want to look at it, gross. It's gross. It's gross. I don't want to look at it. Boy. I'm picking that one too, because that one's for good stats.
chickpea. Is that mine?
I mean, I don't have a chickpea.
Why are you struggling, chickpea? Huh? Are we out of food?
What is it? I think we're done good. Oh no! No!
The ranch.
No, it's not the ranch. It's my chicken was stuck in the floor.
Oh, so it couldn't get the food.
It was right next to the food trough, but it was stuck in the floor.
Aww.
I literally turned around and was like, everything's fine. What do you mean? Then I saw like a little bit of the chickadee's head sticking out of the floor. And he's just sitting there, help! Help!
Hey, me.
Poor thing. No, it's good. Oh my god, also lucky. That's also good stats though. Keep this because of the good stats. Yes, that's what I want. We're all females. That helps breeding. Oh, what do you know? My tansies are all trash. These will literally just be, well, I needed to breed something and it needed a tansy. Good. They're not great. This is the kind of shit. If you guys want to know the kind of shit we get up to when we're offline, this is it.
Just taking photos?
No. I'm just fucking organizing my storage.
Ah, yeah, I'm doing that right now as well.
I'm not really organizing my, I'm organizing my PAL storage. This rush war has two good stats and infinite stamina.
Yeah, it's mostly just stuff like that. We don't exactly get up to
We especially don't get up to doing bosses.
yeah.
We specifically do not do bosses off stream. Because we're like, that's for stream. Oh my god, I have 2 fox barks, each with 100 on something.
Nice. That's good.
I'm gonna save 3 fox barks though, because one of them that doesn't have 100 on something has lavish hospitality.
Ooh.
Ale. I'm addicted and I just can't get enough. Just can't get enough. This is only male, so I guess that one lives. Ooh, that's a good earth beard. Is that a male?
Now we both have multiple undershirts. I can just sell the other undershirt.
Lucky passive. Female. Roxy is pretty trash.
I'll eventually get around to dividing the skill fruits up between their types. But for now, it's fine.
Female.
These seem to be used for pets.
I've never even considered. Ooh, that's a really good sweeper. 98, 98, 76 on sweeper.
Oh, cool.
I don't know why I put it in there. I don't have a full breeding pair yet.
Oh, you got.
Hey.
Azamart? I don't have one.
You don't have a placement?
So it's gonna be yours.
Do you not like it?
No, I said it's struggling with its style.
Oh. I see. Okay. Is it also stuck in the floor?
Mother materials.
It says it's hungry because probably because it's got no food. That'd do it.
Bless you.
Jesus fuck.
You have been in a rather sneezy mood.
It's my allergies. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I forgot that I paused.
Oh?
I paused my because I needed to reload Lumia. I paused my stream, my subathon timer.
Been paused the entire time.
Well, since half an hour in. Oh
Oh,
no, guess we'll have to keep going.
oh no.
Damn.
Definitely wasn't. Oh, this definitely isn't gonna fly like a cool guy? I don't know.
Guess I have to play more Palworld. Damn.
Here we go, Palworlding again.
Here we go again.
Here we go again. I am just like.
Contractually obligated to ride down the timer by my own contract. Oh my god, everybody's starving. Oh my god, my blaze about dying.
Five! Hello!
High five.
Let's go. Yeah!
What's shaking my bacons? Your hands.
My hand?
No, his hands.
Oh.
I don't know what else could possibly be shaking his bacons.
I don't know where your bacons are, but my condolences.
Sorry that your bacons are so shook up.
They are
You're shook up.
Lucy has been good on answering the phone. Why? It's back you. You have no right. I am overweight. What is that from leather? This
Ugh, I'm sniffly. That's what I am.
You're a sniffler?
Sniffly.
Sniffly, sniffing, snaffles.
Congested.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, my love.
Mucus in my lungs. And my nose. You woke up for a bit to cook some cheesy pesto pasta with cream. Five, that sounds amazing. I hope you enjoy that.
Oh, we could do that one time. That actually sounds really nice.
It does sound really nice. See, I passed the bowl, the deers. Capricorn, sweet. Okay, now we're into the woolly pops. Okay. It's a good woolly pop. I could make that one the new sugar. Better woolly pop than my woolly pop that is sugar. Sugar, sugar. Bow, 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 bow. Well, I say it's better, but it doesn't have demon god, so. Cow. Good cow. Also good cow. But we need good boy cow. Only girls make good cows. Apparently.
Sugars.
Going based on my current data of 8 cows, only good cows are girls. That's my data. Very. I have 4 Sparkets and they're all boys.
And
By that same logic, the only Kelpies that are good are boys. Ooh, unless it's the Kelpie Ignis.
hope my little pumpkins are doing okay so far. Oh my god, we're little pumpkins.
Thank
Oh my
you.
god.
Oh, nope. This is definitely the bunny I want to save. This one's got good stats and it's got diamond body. Randomly. This random diamond body bunny.
Oof.
Are you a girl or a boy? You're a girl, so you're a boy now.
Annoying.
Yeah, right. Boy. Boy.
Oh my god, they're all going to bed.
That's the best we're gonna get. I do not have good with bunny batons. Go, boy, boy. Why do all the fucking night owls have good stats? I'm so confused. This night owl has 100.
Oh, hello again, OG Bildski. Bildski? Bildski?
Bilski.
Bildski.
I know.
How you doing?
Bulski. Blue sky, maybe?
Build
Bildski.
best.
Your best. This is a girl. This is also a girl. $76.
So, how are you doing, Bildski?
That on I will care
Yes,
package.
indeed, the YouTubes.
YouTube. Hello, YouTubers. I will care.
Oh, your name is a play on word of Bansky.
Banksy.
Banksy.
Ah, I see. Are you an artist? Are you an artist,
Build-
or are you just a hooligan?
I'm just having a stroke, don't mind me.
I just want to know if he's an artist or a hooligan.
Oh, true. Yes. Do you do the hooligans or the arty arts?
Ooh, I have a Nightwing with 99, 97, 90, or 89.
I build on a drawing parts of houses people weren't easily. Oh,
Oh, I love that.
I love seeing things like that. Like when people eventually
People
find
get
them.
so weird. Okay. I have a question. Guys. This is like legitimately ethics things, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I will say that before I ask the question, before I explain the situation, I personally do not have a problem with this. But people do. Okay. So imagine you're going in for surgery, right? To have a liver
I know where you're
replaced,
going with this. Yeah.
right? You're having your liver replaced, right? And you wind up getting the surgery, you go home and everything like that, and suddenly you start hurting a bit and you end up needing to go back in, and another doctor opens you back up to check on the liver or whatever, and they notice that the previous doctor signed his name, kind of like burned it in or whatever, just like signed his work,
Sign
essentially.
his name on the bone.
Signed his name, no, not on the bone, on the liver.
On the liver, yeah.
Right. He put the liver in, he signed it. It ultimately, like, him signing the liver is not what caused the issue. It caused no issue whatsoever. It's just a little something something. Okay? Would you guys have a problem with that? Because apparently somebody did that and then they sued the doctor, which, I mean, it could be a sue happy situation, or it could just be like legitimately horrible idea. I don't know. What is you guys' opinions on it?
Does it decrease the functionality?
I didn't think it decreased the functionality. Well, it doesn't decrease the functionality.
Doesn't cause it doesn't cause a problem, then I don't mind. No difference.
Yeah.
It really
That's
isn't.
how I feel. But a lot of people are like, no, that's your body. You can't have people like signing your body without your consent or whatever. And I'm just like,
People love to get their tits signed at
yeah.
at
Yeah, but they're asking for that.
True, yes.
I can kind of see it from both perspectives, but also like, you're never going to see that shit. The only reason that person even knew about it was because like there wound up being issues and unrelated to the signature, but
Yeah, sometimes transplants don't take.
I was just wondering what you guys thought about it. We like talking about ethics sometimes in the chat.
Yeah, ethics conversations are really fun.
So many fucking loot wings.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I would have to agree with that.
Are you just saying that because that's how I feel?
No, no, I genuinely think it's like, why would
Well,
be
here's another thing too.
if
Okay,
it doesn't decrease functionality?
here's another thing too. I can kind of maybe understand suing them because, like, times are tough, man. Money's money,
Yeah,
man. This bitch is a doctor.
true, yeah.
So ultimately, I could probably say I had a problem with it and then not really have a problem with it, you know?
Yeah.
Because gotta get that bag.
Gotta get that boom boom back.
I'm not, I don't, I'm also not that kind of person to do that either, so I don't.
No, yeah. You're just joking.
I wish, though, you know, I feel like there's a lot of situations where I probably could have gotten a lot of money if I would just be like, I'm gonna
You're not.
sue you. Yeah, I'm not litigious.
Yeah, yeah. Doing it on a liver, which heals itself, wouldn't cause an issue, but you could get a few bags out of it and then run with it. Yeah.
Oh no, you signed my liver. I didn't say you do that. Give me your money.
I'm so
I'm
hurt.
sure those doctors are insured.
Oh yeah, they
Although
are.
that doctor's not gonna have a job
Malpractice,
afterwards.
malpractice insurance is essential to be a doctor. Really? Oh, must have
Ooh,
been.
that's a good bristle. 79, 82, 100.
Ooh. Yeah, can't you your liver replace, regrow up to like
Yeah,
70% off or something?
yeah.
Ridiculous like that. Genuinely, no issue if it doesn't cause functionality, but
I have a good cinnamoth with service minded.
it'd be a good conversation starter.
Mhm.
Hey, do you have your liver signed? I do.
Doctor signed my liver. I wonder how I'd feel if I just found out about it later, you know? Like, I feel like I'd probably say yes if they asked. Boy. Do I not have a single girl van worm? I don't. Okay. Well, never mind then. E-guard female. Is my E-guard a male or female?
Now, what if they had a
Yeah.
in the contract you sign and you go into the room? What if in there they had an option for do you want your liver
Well,
signed?
then you don't have a fucking say in nothing. Or what if it was like saying, doctor
Yeah,
reserves right to sign your liver?
true. Yeah.
You're like, I just broke my leg. What do you mean?
Be such a funny quote for reading reading that. It's like go in surgery, then cut you open, sign your liver. Oh, I could see some doctors doing that. Although it'd be very easy to figure that out afterwards because you would have,
Signature on your liver? A
signature on
scar?
your liver and scars.
Wait a minute. I went in for a broken leg. Why do I have a puncture wound in my gut? So confused. Maybe this one's better. I have quite a few pairs that aren't necessarily breeding pairs. Could be.
I am in a state of amazement.
Would you keep
Yes.
a pal that has 2 greens, but the third one is a 0?
Ooh. I wouldn't use it, but I think I'll keep it for like.
Because it looks like my breeding pair for
higher.
470. Then I have 2 greens again, but the the health is a 2. Did I get any mail? Yeah, I did. Got really crap mail.
That I'm not sure.
I'm just holding on to them as a breeding pair. It's not. Got some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come. This is fucking awesome.
Yeah, okay.
The cold ass honky.
I've got my storage is all set up. With future proofing.
Shit, it was 99 cents. Take your grandpa style. No, for real. Ask your grandpa, can I have his hand-me-downs? That was good. Got the Velcro. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for the come on. This is fucking awesome. Bangalope is pretty good.
Schematic overflow. Nice. Weapon armor.
That motherfucker.
Accessories.
For the motherfucker. It's for the motherfucker. It's a good sell tie. That's $50 for a t-shirt. Let's do some simple edition. $50 for a t-shirt with some ignorant bitch shit.
What else do I want to do with my production area? Do I have any? No, we don't have any others researched yet. I could put the.
Popping tags. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is fucking awesome. I wear your granddad's clothes. I look incredible. I'm in those big ass clothes. Oh, yeah, bitch, up down the hall. I know your granddad's clothes. I look incredible. I'm in this big ass robe. From that thrift shop down the road.
I can have.
Tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is fucking awesome. What's my current? Shorn. Shorn is a girl and Shorn is shit.
Rose has backup storage. And then I can have a medicine rack down here.
It's the least shit out of all the girls, so.
Clinic, I can build here, this, and the medicine rack can be next to it.
Cool.
You know, don't get sick if they've got access to lots of meds. Okay, okay. Over here, yep. See. Any power storage yet? I think I'm in a good
Ooh,
position.
that's good mold drawing for pairing.
Yeah, I think I'm in a good base position. So berries, wheat, okay, and carrots.
Man. This one has light footed, so I'm gonna keep that for the passive.
When do I get other?
Oh, where's logo again?
136 is the last one. Okay. That's fine. That is fine. I'm currently, what, 35? Okay, next level I get onions, and that'll be the last of the plantations. Yeah, I'm in a good position. We finished my storage, moving.
Good. A girl. Are you a girl or are you a boy? Are you a girl? I'm gonna go check under my burloha.
Do you have a peep?
Do you have a dick?
Do that.
Burloha does not have a dick. This says watering, and it doesn't appear like any of my pals are watering. So is it because are we missing?
Yeah, I'm in a. Okay, okay. I can have 3 more pals out. What is my base missing? Quite a few miners.
You have miners at your base? Wow. Wow, that's really sus.
Enslave them. And I could have the cinema work on that permanently. That's fine. Perfect. Actually, yeah. I could definitely do with a better Kindle. Which one does fine? Kindle, I will keep. I could definitely do with a better waterer, although that T-Fant's gonna become ridiculous. I'm gonna make that 10 watering. It's already
Really?
up. Yeah. I did alpha T-Fant.
I see.
I gave it in already, but yeah, I'm gonna get that up to 10. As for mining,
Really good Moraith.
mining. If I get something in the fall, please. Foxicle. A foxicle. Oh, hold on. I don't have a logger. That's what I could do. The only thing I do have that can log currently doesn't have an active. Got a question. Will you guys ever do a karaoke stream?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
definitely. One of our subathon goals was to do a karaoke stream, and well, we're currently in the stretch goal, and so we've already got that.
So the answer is yes. Of course we are. If not, we'd be liars.
We are going to have so much fun with that,
Mm-hmm.
and it's going to be better than last time.
Yes, because we're actually in person.
Gotta be prepped for when you hit 1 million subs. YouTube, possible. Twitch. I don't think there's enough viewers that ever go onto a channel to get to 1 million subs. Yeah.
What the frick?
Yeah, we're growing everywhere. the server shut down.
No.
I'm talking too excitedly, so.
Now it
yeah.
got so excited.
But yeah.
Also, we like singing. We're terrible at it. So good luck with that.
We
Enjoy
love-
that.
let me get where is the Subathon graphic here? Let me move this around. So.
I think we might do true karaoke too, where we don't have like the actual singers in the background. We actually just do like karaoke things.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Especially since I'd make it even worse or harder.
So, on this sub goal, this is just a graphic for our subathon we did. We have completed all 100 of these sub goals and the first stretch goal. So we've already done the chat rights social media post. We currently have profile pictures. Well, I didn't change the YouTube profile picture. It's on our Twitch and social media, so that's gonna last until the subathon's over. We're currently in extra time for the subathon. Every time we hit a stretch goal, we've agreed that we're gonna extend it by a day. So we're currently done the first one. If we hit the second one, we'll be streaming again subathon tomorrow. Newlywed game is gonna be like one of those
Silly question things.
silly questionnaire things. A lot of these we're gonna do after the subathon's over. Community movie night vote. Last time we did that, it was Labyrinth.
And it was a
Didn't
good
watch that.
time.
Don't mind the fact that it was like a year after.
No, it was not that long.
It wasn't that long. So yeah, we put the couple karaoke stream low at 25 because we wanted to do that.
Babe, I have an Anubis with 90, 97, 78.
Far. That's amazing. Chat plans our next date activity. Yeah. Feel free to come up with ideas for the date. We'll probably run a poll or something.
Yeah. We're gonna have to figure out how to do that. It'd be
So
fun
the
though.
prep for the 1 million subs event that kept in the basement. If we grow enough to a point that we can like hire an editor to do the video production stuff for us, that'll be so nice. Both of us hate doing that. We're okay with shorts. Shorts. There's a lot of easy.
The long form videos, absolutely not.
Yeah. Community chooses a co-op game within budget and reason, so it can't be a game that we would never like. Not. It's got to be a co-op game, obviously, that we can both play. That we will both
Enjoy.
Whether or not we'll enjoy it depends on the quality of the game. We might not find out until we play it. But it won't be like our defense games. Aiko doesn't like them, or FPS games. She doesn't like those.
Look, I'm picky, okay? I'm the problem.
And it can't be some like AAA title that's like $120 fucking dollars. I think we were like around $20.
Alright, babe. One green, but it's 90.
Mm-hmm.
Or two greens, but they're 74.
What are the other stats?
The ones on the 74, 47.
Okay, 90.
63 and 18.
I think I would take the 2 green one for that,
Okay.
just because its overall average is higher.
Okay.
Yeah, Portal 2 co-op mode, we've done that, but...
I mean, we could buy it again. No, we can't continue it. We beat it.
Commission artist to recreate cheesy couple poses VTubers. That one's actually... Looking forward to that one.
As opposed to the other ones that we just hate.
No, I'm more meant this, like...
We like hiring artists to draw pictures of us because we're narcissistic.
We just like our models. Although
We're adorable. Look how cute we are, okay?
I'm in trash, she's in trash, we're both in trash. I should probably get my model up, but we'll kill my stream. I'll do it after this.
Infinite stamina. Oh wait, I have a Celine with infinite stamina.
The couple's Chaos Wheel stream will basically be... I'm not sure how and if we could... I don't think that would be able to be done interacting with YouTube. It would be like a Twitch channel point redeem. Rather than the current spin wheel thing we have, which is every 5 subs.
And then it'll be, basically we'll have a wheel up, and then a channel point thing will go off, we'll spin the wheel, and then we'll have to do whatever the hell it tells us to do.
Just like, it could have game effects, it could have real life effects. I don't know.
Like, stop right now! Like, I'm in a boss fight, but okay.
Chat designs a tits redeem. Tits is the things that get thrown at us. I'm not sure if you've seen them. Do I don't have tits up currently. I'll show it in a moment. Actually, I've got to load all that up anyway. So I may as well load it up. Alexa, turn the love lamp on.
Okay, I've got all my pairings. It is time for me to make a lot of fucking money. Where's Gay? I think Gay's at the other base. I need to go talk to Gay. How's that couple game? I think it was called Takes Two, or did you play that already? I've not played that. Tristan has, and it's something I'm thinking about, but like I'm kind of like on the fence of playing it because I know he's already beaten it.
These things getting thrown at me, that's tits. And we can get like a custom asset to add into it to basically just get thrown at us. We've got ideas of
Oh my
that
lord.
as well. The new sound alert,
Will be a vote.
that'll be a vote. I currently don't have any sound alert, so we'll probably add it to both of our channels. Chat chooses a game we must finish. So unlike the co-op game we would play,
We don't have to finish that one.
we don't have to finish that co-op game. This one we have to finish, but again, it also still has to be
Something that we'd actually want to
yeah.
play.
Yeah, it won't be something that would just be
Suffering.
all like that's endless, like Minecraft. I guess the end of Minecraft is beating the Ender Dragon, but you know, continues after that. Something that's completable, ideally with some form of story.
Yeah.
Heartblossom dating sim night. That one's gonna be fun. We're basically just gonna
We're gonna play Date Everything. It's gonna be fucking awesome.
yeah, we're gonna play date everything. We decided
Oh wait,
that.
I can't sell these to Gay. Gay doesn't buy pals.
And we're just gonna voice different characters. We stopped, Aiko and Tristan swapped streams, so I would be using Aiko's model and Aiko would be using mine.
On each other's computer too, so I had to deal with his shit DPI. That's gonna be a fun day. I am not playing Palworld that day.
You can change it if you want.
No, I'm gonna stick with your DPI because it's gonna be the way it works, man. You gotta stick with mine too.
Aiko and Tristan do 100 squats. That's basically just.
I don't know. I don't know if you can tell, but sounds pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah. And then the first stretch goal achieved, community chooses model add-on. So.
I have an idea for that, but it's for Tristan's model.
Ooh. Yeah. Okay,
You know what it is. You already saw it yesterday.
Do I remember yesterday?
It was on Etsy.
Oh, yeah, you've done, yeah.
I never mentioned money. Oh, shit.
Oh. So basically, basically with these goals, wife,
What was the question?
your girlfriend or your sister. Why is everyone just assuming sister?
I don't know. I am wife, okay? Married. Well, to be fair, I guess like if we were kids, but we're not kids.
Didn't you ask that question before as well, Egamon?
Was it the same person?
I feel like you asked that yesterday, or the day before, or someone with a similar name asked the same question.
Maybe they just really want you to change your mind. just say sister, okay? I want to date her for no reason. I hear she burps really loud.
Yeah, we are more than we are ecstatic that we got to the 100, and then the fact we got to the 125. Oh my god, the community is amazing. Now to finish setting up my model stuff. Okay, that screen.
I can't wait to see how much money I make from selling all these pals.
Is my model moving? My model's moving now. There we go. Oh yeah, I can rejoin the server. Oh yeah. I should be. There we go.
Also on Twitch, we have an egg roulette thingy, so if you save up 5,000 points, you can redeem an egg. That's not Subathon related, that's just Palworld related.
Yeah, you can redeem an egg with 5,000 points on Aiko stream. I need to do this. This one and then down. Let me put that on that here.
No! Oh my lord, I almost sold a Moldron with a Sky Marcher and Heart of the Immovable King.
But yeah, no.
Okay, so would you like to know how much money I have currently?
One schmeckle.
487,214. Would you like to know how much I'm about to sell all these pals for?
So you said 47,000?
487,000 is how much I currently have.
Okay. How much?
446,000.
You're just doubling your
Yep.
money. Oh, that's good. Sounds like you'll be very busy because of Subathon. Yes. Yes, after it ends, we're going to do a bunch of things. The squats are going to be very painful.
Yeah.
But we will do them at some point. Probably the stream after the Subathon's over.
Lucy said maybe modded portal, but
Modded portal could be something.
I don't think I've ever heard of it.
Oh, it's just basic community made map.
Ah, I see.
And there might be some weird ones. I don't know. We also are planning on adding. I'm getting picked up by a mic very easily, man. I'm just like I'm speaking this loud and okay, it stopped. Huh?
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know why it's so sensitive today. Usually it's not this sensitive.
Maybe it's just because I'm sensitive.
Oh my god, you know how sensitive you are. Yeah. we're gonna be busy, but we're gonna be having lots of fun. There'll be a bunch of invites in the Discord. Let me get the social. I don't know if you want me to do this or not yet, but where is this one? Give it a second. I'll begin. So the first link is the Discord. If you have that, or if you like joining, that's where we'll probably run the vote for.
And if you don't feel like joining, that's fine. We didn't want you to join anyways. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Look, I make bad jokes, okay? This is what I do. You must suffer.
Suffering and
I hate looking at my PAL box like this. I put everything back, put away, right? But the thing is because, like, I got rid of all the duplicates and then put all the pairings in the dimensional storage. It just looks like I just haven't sorted my box in a while. But then if I sort it, it is sorted. So, like...
see.
Hate it.
Yeah. We have been absolutely blown away by everyone's generosity this subathon.
It's true.
So blown away that we had to had to just like hold a gun to your mum's head and be like, give us more subbies.
Yep. Threatened her life.
Well, I got more subbies. Success.
Threat of violence works. Every time.
Works at least 10% of the time, 100% of the time. Got a mail report. Oh, that's awful.
Alright, let's see what we got her.
That's something you've been shocked with since you started watching VTubers? Is how many people are super generous. There are so many generous people. It's like there are obviously like bad actors. But
Oh my
there's
lord.
a lot more generous people. So many generous people. So many nice people we've met recently as well. It's just... We're having so much fun since we got back to streaming. Let me get the dimensional storage too. I haven't built it. I haven't. We are hoping to make this a viable career. We know it's gonna be a long time before we get there. We know it's something that will just...
What's that about?
It's a lot of effort, but it's very much just...
What's that about? Because I sold all my pals. I can't do the expeditions.
Oh no!
Oh no. Let me see if I pull the ones out of dimensional storage.
I think it does pull them out of dimensional storage.
No, I don't think so. I'm gonna go. I said I'm gonna take it. I said I'm gonna go get the ones out of dimensional storage.
Oh,
Also, we're currently working on making a Palworld card game. It's a collecting game, not a play game.
yes, the Palworld themselves are already making a TCG.
Yeah. So I need to let people know that I'm not affiliated with that card game.
Yeah, it's just a redeem on Twitch. It's something you can collect, like the you might have seen in the chat above me. Pokemon community games sometimes say like Dunsparce Escape, no one bought it. It's just basically people can use channel points to pull a card and hopefully try and collect all the bells. That's gonna be a long project.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get a surgery table? Was that 38? 3 more levels. Okay. Okay, nearing in on that.
Especially since Tristan and I are just basically doing it ourselves. And, yeah, it's usually, like, PCG is a game that's been worked on by a massive team. It's on a much smaller scale anyways, but...
Basically, you might see us just occasionally stop and take screenshots of pals. That's... We need the screenshots for the PNGs. The PNGs we found aren't great. And it also adds a touch of personality to it, because we have got them.
I also took the pictures of backgrounds.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing I didn't take a picture of was those chillets.
These chillers are adorable, man.
They really are. Okay, now let's go see if...
We've given ourselves a lot of work to do, but we are looking forward to it.
Fun night to get lucky. Fun night to get lucky. I'm a fun night to get lucky. I'm a fun night to get lucky. We're a fun night to get lucky.
The handiwork suitability. +1 is
Okay. Let's see if I can do it now. Auto assign. Yes! It's only 82%, but I can do it.
nice. Nice. If it's too low, you can't do it, right?
If I don't have enough fire pals, I can't do it.
Ah, it's the firehouse. Okay. Yeah. Oof, get back to work. What do I need in my base? Got 2 slots open, so I could read, but... Oh, I should put up the, This one. I need to get to this.
Did I put down any pools here? I did not. Yes, I did. They're right here. I'm dumb. I have 2 of them. Okay, everybody's chilling. Everybody's good.
I think that's how that's spelled. I think it's hyphenated. Yeah, that is how it's spelled.
Babe,
Yeah?
I have to pee, but do you want to get me something from the fridge?
Here's a total yogurt variety, I think.
Yes.
Good health.
I'm gonna go pee.
Let me do this challenge stuff. I do.
I want to test my desktop mic.
And then, like, um, I don't know, it probably won't be as good. Never mind. I was gonna say trying that with the NVIDIA thing on it because I didn't use that before.
You could. It is possible. Okay, do you want the green one I've got 4 of or the other one?
Surprise me.
Okay.
So, am I going to grind woolly pops for a badass woolly pop? Real quick. Terrible. That's 2. Fine, I'm taking one more protein. Oh, they have the same amount of protein.
You can taste both to see which one.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea. So we got one that's called Valia brand, and then we have Chobani. I'm gonna try both these. One's Greek, one is probiotics plus protein. Chobani, way better. We got 2 different brands because we just, you know. Is that a cave? That's not a cave entrance. It's a different kind of cave entrance. Here, you can have this one. Right. You can see what I mean. a lot better, in my opinion.
Well, because of the probiotics.
I don't know, maybe.
Boost gut health and immunity. For what?
Does yours have cultures?
Hmm?
Does yours have live and active cultures?
I don't know. What? Is yours?
Yeah. Beaker does. Live yogurt cultures.
Nice, I'm consuming culture.
Miracles. And one adipose. Acidophilus, bifidus. Not the same ones, they're different.
This one has a little bit more calories.
Fatten me up. Does this have sugar?
Hmm?
Sugars. So good. 13.5 grams.
6.9 on this one.
Probably buy this one better.
Yeah. You already gave
It straight up does have sugar in it. Just skim milk, sugar. Oh damn.
skim milk, milk, salt, water, cream. What flavor is it? Colorants,
What's my face make whenever I'm eating yogurt?
sweetener, stevia, glycosides, enzymes, live
Pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I feel like I probably got a clump of strawberry in my. I'm confused.
Thank you, Bilski. I hope you have a wonderful
Day.
day, night, evening, time zone.
Life.
And
Get the fuck up. No, I'm just kidding. Have a good life.
we will definitely take care of each other. I love my wife very much, but I must
Yeah.
make sure she is happy forever. I've got to show my
Oh.
balls.
My stepmom told me, I hate calling her that, yuck. My dad's wife told me once, have a good life. And I was like, fucking wow. And I told her, hey, just so you know, in English, that is
An
kind of
insult.
an ominous and kind of an insult. And she's like, oh, I didn't even mean it that way. I was like, that's fine. I understand. Like, I was just letting you know. And she's like, okay. Have a good life. At that point, that one was intentional.
Yeah, the first one was definitely intentional as well, but... Oh, wow, what a bitch. There's a reason why Floof is gonna go kill someone soon.
That's not even the person I wish death upon.
Hmm?
That's not even the person I wish death upon.
That I wish this upon her?
I don't know, I was talking earlier about how I don't feel like I'm a good person to actually wish death upon somebody.
Huh. There's people I wish death upon.
Who do you wish death upon?
Anyone with more than $1 billion in assets.
That's just taking benefit from it. If they have children, is their children going to benefit from it? And they're just going to be...
And the children don't have any assets unless they've got like trust funds and shit like that.
It shows that they're not already set up when they were, like, conceived.
It could be set up. But as soon as they hit over $1 billion, French Revolution style guillotine.
Once they hit over $1 billion, what?
French Revolution style guillotine. You win capitalism. Goodbye.
sitting. I'm gonna go do the thing I was doing in the other room. I decided to make a badass woolly pop. I was having fun with it. I want to do it again.
Mm-hmm. Just having something you can give like all the skill fruits to is really cool, really fun.
Yeah. And I like the challenge of like, we need more challenge. You use land ball, I use woolly pop. They are the best land bros.
We must make Floof into God.
Woolly pop.
Woolly Pop shall also become a god. Another one is that that bitch who said eel to little Tristan.
That is awful.
Yeah.
Tristan. She was a child. She's
Doesn't
probably
matter.
she's probably not even like that. I don't know. Like I kind of hate your reasons for wishing death upon people.
I hold grudges.
Let that one go. I have like one fucking grudge, and I have reasons to have lots of grudges.
No, that person remains like that for the rest of their life.
Tristan, I feel like at this point you're making fun of me, and I don't appreciate it.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it does feel that way though.
You're similar to me, and you, and Aiko. Look, I never said I felt good about it. Not sure.
Gonna go to a cave. Gonna grind the cave till I find a bunch of woolly perp. Gonna catch a woolly perp. I got a fuck ton of spears in this world.
To this one. I will.
I bit my lip. It hurt. Ow. I just like coming in here with, you know, I got 2 frag grenades, 8 grenade ammo, a ring of mercy that I'm not wearing, 2 low-grade medical supplies for pals that aren't sick, attack support whistle that I'm not using, precious claw, that's super useful, Bellinar slab, 2 Bellinar Libero slabs.
Oh yeah, you're ready.
I'm ready for this fucking level 12 dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Here. I'll shoot if you guys finish them off. If it's not a woolly pop, Sean, we have to turn around and go back. Oh look, it's a sweeper. We don't care about the sweeper. So, to those who have been playing this game, just out of curiosity, if you had a tier list 1 to 5, with 1 being the most common and 5 being the least common, where would you put King Paka Christ?
And what are your reasonings?
This is important information.
And then we will explain our reasonings after. And if you haven't played this game,
Make a guess. Because why not?
yeah. Let me jump in the wind. I know I'm
Need
on
to kill these syndicate thugs. No. But do I have over 1,000 arrows? Yes. So might as well.
There she goes killing again.
I'm a murderer. Ha ha ha.
People start looking for the bodies if you keep telling secrets.
Just wanna see. This is the entrance. My bad. I went too far back. Doing all the way up there. Ooh, I will grab this power lotus.
Lotus.
Lotus. What is it? It's a Nox. I don't want a Nox. Is there like no alpha Nox? Cause like, that's just a Nox, and it's always just like one Nox. There's not even a group of Noxes.
Should be an alpha. If it's the boss of a dungeon.
It's the boss, but it's not an alpha.
Oh, we're complaining to the CEO of, oh, 2 Hydra lasers. Oh, what a good skill for a tree.
Nice.
Dangerous good.
Wait, do I have Noxes? Well, okay. Ah, those are trash anyways. Come, Sean. Fucking weird ass name, dude.
Sharon.
Sean.
Sharon.
Apparently it was German.
Yeah, it is German. At least it's not the worst German name.
That you don't even have to mention what it is. I don't know. Most people would. Alright, that was a univolt. We do not want a univolt. We want a woolly pop.
Woolly Pop, I love you. Yes, I do. You and you're the baby star. Wow, wow, wow. have a fast travel point over here that I haven't. No, no, I did get this one.
Having a mount is nice in here when you're just going back and forth.
What? Oh, that was a
Knocks again.
pretty.
Stay still. Stay still. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you bitch! Are you serious? You despawned right in front of me? You whore.
Oh no.
Trying to take a picture. I was like, oh, cute. Fuddler. And it's awake. And it's not running away from me. They moved out of existence.
That bastard. And there he ceased to exist right when you're about to catch him.
I wasn't gonna catch him. I just wanted to
Kill
take a
him.
picture of him.
Picture. Oh, picture.
Fuddlers are hard to take pictures of because they keep running away from me. Doomon. All the Doomons are sleeping. Everything's gonna be sleeping because it's nighttime. Sure. 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 Why did I choose this one? It's probably got really good stats or something. You know what's so funny? It's like I'm lower level in this world, but I feel more powerful in this world.
Same. I feel so much more powerful.
Oh my god, that is the cutest picture of Nox ever.
I may have acquired a suit seer's picture.
Round 2 electric boogaloo.
Hmm?
Oh damn
Who's
it.
two?
2 pictures of 2 Noxes.
Ah. It's too Nox to apologize. Too Nox. The voice of an angel. Incomprehensible by human ears.
Feel so inferior to you.
Do you think it will be much easier with both of us doing karaoke as well? Because we can actually take breaks with the other one still singing.
Ooh, that's a good idea. We can do duet stuff.
Yes. We don't have to be forced to do duets the entire time.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Have fun, Hika. Love you.
Hika going. Bye bye, Hika. Have a good day at work.
I do wonder if maybe we should like figure out how we're gonna do it audio wise. Like, do we want to do it on one stream?
I think it would be best to do it on one.
Well, it's not gonna be a for YouTube kind of thing. It shouldn't be a for YouTube thing anyways.
No.
Because we'll just get fucking. What the fuck? That's a big ass dig
It'll
toys.
just be us sitting there singing songs with no music.
Yeah.
And it'd still probably get flagged. It would be such a perfect rendition. But yeah, yeah, I think what we should probably do is one mic. Oh! Do you want another Celine?
Games. I'll take a Celine. I like Celine. I'll take all the Celines.
Oh, there's one in Sakurajima right now.
Well, I'm in a cave!
Well, I will leave that video alone until you need assistance. Unless you want me to catch her.
You can just catch it. I've gotten 5 already.
Oh.
Remember, I'm more powerful in this world.
You really are.
Focus. Oh, they're just syndicate thugs. Okay, looks like daytime's happening. How do I know? The syndicate thugs just woke up that I was staring at.
Yes, it is coming dawn. Well, actually, do you have a photo of Celine?
No.
Should I get a photo of a wild Celine, or
You can think get a good one. It doesn't have to be wild. You could tame it. It doesn't matter. Like, at some point we can have. Oh, actually, this is a really good way to get some pictures of. Like, how often am I coming across a wild Gelroy?
There's a specific island you could go to where you could get quite a few. Ugh. Floof, poor Floof. What about this? Oh, I bounced off your head. Dang, you hurt my Floof. I catch you. As in revenge. If you want to actually attack her,
I got a few pictures of a
really
fuddler.
should.
I got like a few pictures of a puddler. I figured if I fly up and I'm not on the ground and it can't see me, then I can get really good pictures just because I'm flying up, you know.
True, yeah.
And basically what I'm doing is since I'm going back and forth to try and get the woolly pops anyways, whatever bosses happen to spawn, I'm trying to get pictures of those too.
That is smart. That is honestly a really good way to do it.
They'll be in that small area, so I just need to like stay on my bird.
Oh, that's a shrimp and all. Please don't.
Currently doing a bunch of labeling for I put everything in double bags. You're going to Kuleg. I'm gonna miss you so much. Wait, are you gonna still keep coming to stream? I don't know why you wouldn't, but like Kuleg happens, man. You might wind up liking Kuleg friends more than you like us.
Make sure you separate the body parts from your textbooks. You don't want the body parts in your duffel bags to stink up the textbooks. People might catch on that way.
Why can't I get a closer shot of this fucking Toku?
Duh. 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 Maybe lurking more often though, is what he said. Yeah, a lot of the people that used to be more regular in the chatty environment of things have just become more lurky stalkers because life. And can't blame them. Life is important to, do.
Taking screenshots because we're working on a card game. That's a fuddler. He's drowning. No. Can put him out of his misery. I don't think I need to go this far, but occasionally if I go this far, I might find another pal. Right now, it's just syndicate thugs.
I think I've got a good shrimp.
Later we'll go through and we'll delete bad pictures and keep good pictures, and it's been really fun.
Hey, you're running. Oh.
We'll try round 2 of Gelroy. Not
I'll
because
try
the
and
other
take a
one's...
photo of Grimtail, and then they just decided to run away because one of them turned around.
Really? You all decide to stack in each other?
The direction the Grimtails chose to run away was into the ocean. No, I can get a photo of Shroom maybe? Please stop going forward into these vines.
Are you in dungeons too?
No, I'm flying around Sakura Dream and getting all the apple views.
I see. Am I getting any experience from doing this? Life experience. I'm getting photos. Still useful.
Photos are good. Photos are good. It was solo Grimtail. In a good position.
Okay, see. The good thing is some of these pictures actually get to be pretty fucking awesome because they're big cows, yeah?
Because they're alphas as well. Yeah, yeah.
And they're like easier to see. Higher quality.
Either see a high quality, take up more of the frame, just work it.
Running away! I'm in the sky! You can't even see me. I don't think I can see me. That's fine. Pretty sure I got a good one.
Yeah.
Actually, I think they ran away from the fuddler. At least I can mentally like keep track of like everything I've got. I really don't want to like write anything down. I guess it's easy to remember like what you've taken pictures of because you had to take a minute to do that shit.
Honestly, yeah, waiting to mark them off until we've got a picture that is good.
Yeah.
Probably better. No harm in getting extra pictures because we might.
Woolly Pops!
I think Aiko has found a woolly pop. But I'm not sure what's giving me that idea.
This one's a good Woolly Pop. Come here, Woolly Pop. Come here, Woolly Pop. Hope you have good passage. Good passage. $89, $93, $87.
Very good stats.
No passes. That's fine. Can be used for breeding.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic. Stud or mare. Talking about horses, but it's a woolly pop.
Next, on to the next dungeon. Basically, that's the goal. Basically, we go to a dungeon and we do it and take pictures until we get Woolly Pop, and then we move on and do it again. It's gonna be my method for today. It's fun. I'm relaxed. I'm very zen right now. Unlike yesterday, where I was like stressed out because everything was going high speed.
Yeah, it's.
There's nothing wrong with playing the game the way it was intended. At the speed that it was intended.
Yes. Nothing wrong at all.
There is a little something wrong with playing it at 20 times speed. But that's only wrong in my book. You can play the game however you want. Okay?
It's fine to do 20 times speed if you just want to like rush through because the game doesn't really have a creative mode yet.
Yeah, I've been using it to test build. I have a 20 times speed world, but that's like even in that world, it's like I can't do anything because I've passed by everything and I haven't done anything. So
you get up to a really high level to the point that the things around you won't attack you because you're way above the level of any area you will ever come across.
oh, I'm not. I'm like level 28.
Try to get a couple of levels, you would just be so high up. Well, this could be a good angle for a shot or not.
Could be a... Oh, tentacles are really pretty in here. Ah, you bitch. You're rubber banded. The tentacles were so cute.
Let me take these.
Can you guys like get out of each other? That'd be great.
Stop hurting him. Loof, defend me. Well, he didn't one shot.
You could do like an animation that brings your wings in, or your little claw thingies in. That'd be awesome. Look, I just don't need you to be fucking wide. It's weird. Well, not weird so much as inconvenient. Same thing with the birds. the birds are going to be inconvenient because you got to get them doing an animation where they aren't so spread out.
Mm-hmm. Birds are gonna be really hard. Like, if anything, that like we catch, that would be good for the photo house. It would be birds.
And the thing is with that photo house, it's going to have like literally nothing to do there.
Uh-huh.
And it's going to have like probably just plain walls so we have background. Maybe we'll make it green. Green background.
Green.
Yeah.
It could. And it's very easy to change the color. We don't need to make anything. We can just change it on the go to fit whatever color palette.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure I got a... Actually, I just said I'm sure I got a turtle. I literally don't even know if I took a single picture of a turtle. I spent so long looking at them. I was like, yeah, I got one, surely. No, that was my problem. They all decided to run into a wall and then stay there. Ooh.
They become wall.
Oh, that's cute. Okay, I got a good one now.
Nice.
The thing is like, it's a little tedious to work on the project itself, but like,
It's not boring.
it's not boring. It's really fun.
Hope that's given bow time. Also good.
And especially since we're just like introducing pictures a little bit at a time.
Uh-huh.
Makes
We're not
it
forcing ourselves to take ridiculous amounts of pictures all the time. It's just like we will have times where we're just taking pictures and that's all we're doing.
Especially, oh, it's gonna be rough once we get towards the end and we realize that 90% of what we're missing is flyers.
Flyers or world tree stuff that actually try and find
No, don't hit me. No, 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 no. Oh, shit. Well. Guess I'm leaving that room.
I got 2 amazing photos of a Nightwing.
Yeah, they were fantastic photos of Nightwing. But they weren't usable because they were like wide.
And the thing as well is one of those was as small as it gets.
It gets smaller.
Because the wings are like up while it's in flight. It could work, but Nightwing might be a thing where you don't want a close up. Like some of the flyers might be just no close up. Take a photo from far away. Far away is castle. Oh fuck yeah, Brady Yakima while trying to find this base ago. That's a Yakima that knows Holy Burst already. Fuck me, I guess. Almost died.
Oh, its wings cut off at the tip. Damn.
Ow, my Ragnarhawk's almost dead. Ow, my Ragnarhawk is dead. Fuck you, Yakima.
Again. Cut off at the tip.
Oh, yeah, that's another hard thing with the flyers, is it just cuts the tip off.
See, now it's not wide, it's just very tall. Look, babe. Look. It's not wide, it's just very tall. I'm wondering if we can get like, maybe like a wide shot, but it's like,
This one I can mark off.
Maybe at an
here.
angle where it doesn't look so wide.
That.
Yeah, if we do it like a side angle, kind of like this, you know? Maybe if we...
Maybe it's me, but
Let's do it again. Ooh. No, that one's still a bit wide. Ooh.
over here by this waterfall near your base.
Birds are so wide, dude.
What's spotted? I was spotted by other giant eager noisy. Oh, I love your base.
Which base?
Rocket Arena.
So
Cool.
wide. So wide.
So people wide.
Alright, I'm gonna focus on that bitch later.
What? Whoa.
Oopsie. A little bit wet.
Tiny lag spike there. Might be my computer. Computer, are you dying? Model still
Could be because I'm loading in a boss area repeatedly.
I imagine it would be that, but it's possible, eh?
I like how when I'm coming up to it, it's like the tree is just like one flat texture, and then it's like, wait, I am bushy. And I'm not gonna take a picture of the bunnies because Tristan got a really good one yesterday.
Got a really good bunny. And one that Aiko seemed to say was shit.
I didn't say it was shit. I said it doesn't work.
It could definitely work in a different, like,
Context.
context, yeah. Could be decent for, like, a full art card, but we don't do one of those. That would require hiring an artist.
Monument, that's my base. Ooh, okay. I don't have any Cognito picks.
I didn't get any either. I think when I tried to get one before, it didn't work out.
Would you rather it be you than Lucy? You want that to be you instead?
Assemble.
Damn it, I have been observed. I have been spotted.
No. No.
Sure? You don't want to be the one that's awakened and lucky? You'd rather be the random dungeon one? No?
No. No? Okay, yeah. No, I wouldn't rather be it. Okay.
Time to delete the awakened one.
Goodbye. Awakened lucky.
Badass, awesome, Cognito.
Message with Lucy at this point.
So funny. I need stuff that's aggressive because it's really hard to get aggressive. What am I supposed to do with a Kelpsie?
I got a Kelpie.
Oh.
I think. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
I think
I don't know. I got another one, I guess. It doesn't matter.
I think I tried and it ran away, actually.
It's fine. It doesn't matter. We both
Yeah.
got some. Honestly, it's not like it takes a shit ton of effort for us to
Yeah, a lot of these
remove
earlier
the background
builds,
stuff. We're using the remove.bg.
it is literally just
Okay. Up to the
Upload.
ceiling. Up to the ceiling. Up to the ceiling. Ready?
the longest part is refreshing the page to upload a new one because it just like slows down.
God
a bit.
fucking damn it.
Taco, fuck you. Fuck you, Toko Toko. I will remember you.
They have to come back this way, right? They have to come back this way, right?
I am made out of, I guess, raspberry.
I was staring at this. I was like, oh, they're just like walking forward towards that like end room, right? And then they ran into the wall, and I'm like, okay, so they're gonna turn around and come back, right? No, the boss decides to stick its ass in the air and start fucking waving its tail around. What's wrong with
You
you?
just don't care. Stick my ass in the air and wave my tail like I just don't care. Yes, yeah, yes, yeah, yes,
Bruh.
yeah.
Wish you guys were not like at weird angles like that. That'd be awesome. What are you doing? Dude, this is so I can't. This is not good picture. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
I love the sounds of my darling wife's giggles and laughter. It brings me so much joy. And she's gonna call me gay, I bet, but
It's Univolt. Okay, I don't have the energy. No, come back.
you can blame it on. At least with any of the pals that like have an alpha variant, perfectly fine.
No, please don't continue walking. Don't shove your horn up his ass.
But he wants to wear him as a hat.
I'm so concerned.
Yeah, but a lot of the alpha variants, even if you get above a certain level, so they won't attack you.
I'm sure to be funny.
They don't care if they see you. They don't run away this much.
Why can you guys like I don't know? All right, fucking fine. I'll leave. Hopefully, I got a good one.
I believe.
Shoot, I'll have to go. I'll go check. I'll check. Did I get a good one?
Yes.
No. No, it was in the middle of trees.
No.
Well, it was hard because they were all like inside each other. And the other one was sticking its ass in the earth. It was weird.
We're having so much.
Yeah.
Why does this seem faster?
I don't know. It is faster. Need a little more time. We're gonna sing this song, by the way, but the slower version.
You know, the OG.
We're good at this one.
I like this one. It's a good song. And like sped up remix.
Should we? Yeah, all right, all right. How often am I running into a Dig Toys, really? There's only one Dig Toys, by the way.
Uno digatuizo? I'm sort of surprised there isn't a variant of the Dig Toys. Oh, cool. Okay.
I got some pretty good ones of the Dig Toys. Not too bad.
Nice. We have the flame cauldron.
Nice.
So your base can speed up.
I use a
Yeah.
Moldron. Like, my Moldron's very fucking badass at it.
Yeah, and it'll get even faster now.
I think if that one world taught us anything, it's that, like, you don't have to have the best of the best of the best for it to still be pretty fucking fast.
Yeah.
Because, like, when I walk away, like, I'll set something to smelt and then I'll walk away, but, like, then it's done 3 seconds later, but I'm gone for way longer than 3 seconds. The only time it really matters is if I'm making hundreds of thousands of something, but, like,
Yeah, or if you're like specifically making something to be like
the hardest, most annoying thing is well, computers, yeah.
yeah.
So, like,
And then
absolutely,
eventually
absolutely fucking oh, God.
once we get up to those, that's when it will become a problem. But before that,
Shit. I was thinking Gale Claws. I might be able to get some pictures of those, but no, apparently I triggered them. AI cores and computers. But, the reason I said computers because I forgot that AI cores needed computers. Basically, if you're gonna min-max anything, min-max your workshop pals. So I'm gonna be using Celine because she's fucking amazing and she's got both medicine and handicraft.
yeah.
And this is how I can tell it's now nighttime. The bunnies are sleeping. I only go into one dungeon per day. Not gonna be getting very many pictures. Probably.
Bunch of spare skill fruits if you are after those for your little sweet sugar.
Oh
ones
yeah.
you're-
Well, hopefully I will not need them. Oh, skill fruits. Never mind.
skill fruit, you will need them.
Danke, danke, danke. I really hope I get some really good ones that I had last time. Or I just like trying out new ones too.
Even have a spare hydro lens.
Oh, very nice.
And here's my Ragnarok, revived again. You are. Nice work. Welcome back to life. Let's go get the last effigy over here.
I mean, I could take a picture of Hangyus looking like this, but somehow I feel like there are better pictures. They're just like face down on the ground.
Face down in the dirt. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Did you just get the cutest picture of something?
It's a sleeping Chillidignus.
Oh, that's adorable. I love the Chilla Ignises, honestly. Like, I sat there and was chatting with Mimi about how I was going to do this world, and I said I'm going to be doing Chilla Ignises for my fire pals, because I have them. I have 2 of them at that base. I said I'm going to be doing Chilla Ignises for my fire pals because the Petalia Ignises did not bring me nearly as much joy as the Chilla Ignises do.
They're so cute.
Honestly, I should set them. I should breed them to. Oh god, man. The thing is like I would breed them to be my workshop pals too, but the Reptiros have won my heart for that one.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. The Reptiros are. I don't know.
Let me go make a mistake.
Are you going to go try to attack a Lulu?
No. Not that much of a mistake. Oh, actually, no, it might be more of a mistake.
Cornelia?
I am going to be going into, with my level 34 ploof, Supper Gmail. Redemption.
Okay. Make sure to take pictures. There should be good ones of Moraiths in there, actually. Ooh, here we go. Hold on. Maybe I can get a good picture of a sleeping serpent. Those are going to be a pain in the ass to take pictures of.
Yeah, they will be.
But sleeping could work. No.
There should be some Wraiths here. There should be Catrus and Catrus Ignis and Wixen Nox. Catrus Ignis right there. Why are you running into a wall? You are higher level than
I
me.
hate the way the
know that-
serpents look. They're not even like pretty at all.
The serpents, yeah.
And also, you can't get like any semblance of close to them. They start like derping out. They're like, you're too close.
A Wraith? I guess.
I have to use a caught one.
Oh, why are you on peaceful? That explains why you haven't been attacking things.
He's a lover, not a fighter.
Yeah. Actually fight my race as long as I don't let them target floof.
Like, I was like, there's Moraiths in there. Immediately, Moraith.
The lighting on this is really weird.
What the fuck?
Because of me.
Oh, you're awake now. Oh my god! Oh my god, so many good hanging pictures.
Nice.
I have never heard this song before, but it's cool. Like the song was originally I Took a Pill in Ibiza. I don't know if this is like a cover remix or if the original artist came back and redid a song.
I went back to Ibiza.
I Took a Pill in Ibiza is what it was before. And now it's like he's talking about like he did take the pill in Ibiza, but now he's older and he's got, you know, a family and everything like that.
Mike Posner and David Goet.
Let me see, who's the original singer?
I do like things like that where they like make like a sequel.
Mike Posner? Who said you sing it? Who said it?
Yeah, Mike Posner and David Goet or something like that.
Later? 10 years later. After writing his 2015 hit I Took a Pill in Ibiza, singer Mike Posner released a reflective sequel titled I Went Back to Ibiza. That was released in March of this year.
Oh wow. Very near.
That's cool.
You already got a Kit Kit, didn't you? I remember
No.
you saying. What? Oh, it was something else I was talking about with a Kit Kit.
Yeah, I said I had to run, and if I died from a Kit Kit, I was going to be embarrassed.
Oh no. It's okay, my love. Ooh, I'm gonna give you, instead of that memorable, get...
Come back! Come back! You know, it's fine, I'll wait. I'm sure stamina won't be an issue at all. I'm sure this isn't going to be a concern at all, the fact that you guys are all in each other.
No, it's just human centipede.
You guys separate. Gale Claw?
Gale Claws? Oh yeah, they like to stick in each other. Another one that's annoying is Rushers. They like to be asked to snout. 。
We get to see, like, trying to take pictures of these guys, we get to see the funniest fucking positions and poses and stuff. And their little animations sometimes are super fucking cute. The Gumoss is just the best. I'm probably gonna see some better shit, but like it was so unexpected. Like I literally was getting ready to I was getting ready to take a picture, and as I went to go take the picture, it turned around. And I was like, "Fuck, are you kidding me?" And I went to go turn around to get to the other side, and as I did, it went blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, "Oh my god."
Maurice decided to sit down.
You guys want to come back at all maybe?
It's a bit too
Why do you
long.
guys keep going over there? Come back over here so I can take pictures of you. I'm trying not to get too close, because if I do, then you're gonna trigger and you're gonna want to fight me. You guys like...
Come on, Maurice.
What's wrong with you guys? Lord.
Yeah, literally.
So funny. It was so cute though, honestly, like my favorite picture of yesterday.
Mm-hmm. I'm sad that my nightmares just probably won't use it.
I'm just saying, like, it's just gonna be hard to get pictures of the birds and the serpents, it seems.
Yeah.
Woolly Pop! Good, Woolly Pop. Good. Nope, nope, nope.
With the gum off, it sounded like it literally answered the question of what that can do.
Apparently I've cleared 20 dungeons.
Oh no.
Just need some good passives now, guys. Come on. Power of Gaia. And Veil of Darkness. Not what I was looking for, but okay.
That'll be so cool in that island.
Fucking love our world, babe.
Work it. Work the camera, Wixen Rock.
Work it, work it. Oh, the camera loves you. That's actually, what was it I was talking to? Was it was I talking to saying the camera loves you as I was taking a picture of it yesterday?
I'm not sure.
I think it might have been the Gumoss.
I think it was.
He's like, oh my god, do it, do it. The camera loves you.
Fuck you, fuck yeah.
I love those emotes. Also, I completely forgot that I had all those pictures of Flock. So I made his card and it didn't have a picture on it. Come back! Oh my god. The night owls, not night owls, the night wings saw me and they got scared and ran away.
Come back. Yeah, taking photos of the Nightwings was so fucking hard.
I wasn't even anywhere near it. I was on the ground. And they're like, oh my god! There's a human!
I recommend the boss Nightwing.
What the fr- I'm leaving. I'm leaving this dungeon. This one's shit. I'll go back in. I will, but that was
What is, oh my
the lighting was
God.
really bad. So babe, do you want an extra reason that we need to upgrade our computers?
What's that?
Stream avatars?
Yeah? Has got Palworld?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Only like 100 something of it, but still.
Only like 7,000 different reasons why can afford them. Take out a small one.
It's only $1 billion.
Holy shit.
Can computers be financed in this country? Or is it just not very
You need to be
fiscally...
what?
It's like, can computers be financed in this country? Is it just not fiscally responsible?
What we should do. We should definitely do this. Before we get computers,
Okay.
we should register as a small business. And then we can write it off as a business expense.
Okay. Actually, it's a good idea. How much do you get back for that kind of shit? The thing is like, I've always like been really shit with taxes. I always just...
Taxes are so simple.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just do it online and stuff, but it's like, I don't understand how, like, getting money back works.
Had to do with how much you earn here, at the very least.
No, but like if you write something off as a business expense.
I'm not sure. Never run a small business before, but
I understand that it's a thing, and I understand you can get some money back for it, but like...
it adjusts your threshold for what you are liable for. One second.
That Mao is trying to swim. You're a swimmer. You're David Schwimmer. Excuse me, pardon me, don't mind me.
It is a very important business aspect to have, computers as a streamer.
Yes. And if they're gonna be that fucking expensive. But I wasn't kidding about like the financing. Is that a possible thing to do?
I'm not sure.
I mean, it's a big purchase, though.
It is a big. Look at a loan for that.
You know what? I don't have any pictures of Swedes or Sweepers. Why not? Oh my god. Babe, you're gonna hate this. Do you know what the sweep is called?
What's that?
King of the Floof.
Really? Okay, this isn't interesting. What a visual bug!
What? Come back, bitch!
The only sources of light I have in the world are structures, wind tunnels, the tree, and dungeon entrance without
I
house.
want to say...
It's fucking black. It has... Oh no! When I went to the photo mode. Everything was black. There was no grass, there was no sky, there was no beach. No rocks, it was just black.
Oh my god, the sweeper keeps seeing me and it gets scared and runs away. You're the boss! Come back! Whatever, I don't want to picture you right now anyways. So, in some of these dungeons, I want you to be aware, in some of these dungeons there's little like puzzle things where you can like jump across or whatever. You can fall in those. And if you fall, you'll jump back on, you'll be brought back up top with less health.
Oh yes, yeah. I think I've had a couple of those where it's just like really weird that that area isn't accessible.
Yep, I wanted to electrocute this chandelier. Fuck that chandelier. Okay, let's see if we can get it without triggering the... Tonight is a night we'll not do it so... Oh.
Nice photo.
Oh yeah, okay. I definitely got good cognito ones now. Last time I triggered the cognito and... Gotta know the nooks and cranny of every fucking pal, dude. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. We can be friends. Moment tonight is an oh my god. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Adorable. So we put on. I got the sweep. Trying to get the sweeper, but I gotta wait for him to come back. I don't think he's scared this time. I just think that he took off in a direction that I'm not at, and I'm trying not to trigger him more. Come back! Na, 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 na. Hey. Na, 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 na. What the frick? Alright, I'm leaving. The sweepers keep doing stupid shit, man. You know what's good about being able to paint? We could make clean walls. The photo studio can be made with clean walls. You know?
Yep.
And then we can just paint the walls whatever contrast and color we need at the time. Like, I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, yeah, white walls. But I'm like, oh, if we put the sweeper in there, that wouldn't be very good. But if we put the Mao in there, it'd be really good. But if we colored the walls black, it'd be great for the sweeper. I don't know what the fuck just happened. I'm sorry. I had a stroke. My bad. I got excited about the woolly pops and I went, oh, destructive and heavyweight and stronghold strategist. Not very great. Okay. I'm not gonna need no more vital remedies. I'm healthy as fuck, dude. What's the max for each thing? 50, you said?
What?
What's the max per like point thingy, stat point thing? 50?
50 per...
Stat point thingy.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I'm at 25 for health.
Oh, nice. Somehow I'm at... Oh, yeah, I've done a bunch of dungeons before grinding out some things. I'm at 33 for work speed.
Nice.
And I haven't put a single point in it.
Oh wow, nice. On to our next dungeon. I'm having a blast, mostly because these dungeons aren't like crazy. Oh, I also might have gotten a really good one earlier of my Memorest.
Okay. Nice.
Might have, I don't know. I took a bunch of pictures. We'll see.
I feel like I've gotten a decent amount of the things from Takadarima, like a Susia or
You got a Sootsier? Nice.
Yeah, Susia.
Oh god, I hope you got a good one of the Sootsier. That has such potential.
Uh-huh.
I like it when it does the face. You know what face I mean? You know what I mean?
I'm not sure if I got that one.
The one where it like tries to scare you.
Oh, I don't think I got that one.
Damn, that's okay.
I got the Dogen, I got the...
Ooh, Dogan, nice, nice.
Those are. I didn't get the tactical terror, but I did get like.
I got the turtle.
Wixen. No,
It's okay.
Wix-
We'll just color shift the turtle.
It's fine.
Hmm.
I don't have that hand type yet. Yeah, I'm just looking at how writing things off as a business expense works. That's basically, we potentially could write off the entire computers as business expenses, because for small businesses, you can write off up to $20,000 per item.
Oh wow.
The intent has to be we can't get them before we start a small business, so it's best to save them after we start a small business, which we're already looking at, potentially looking at that after the subathon, depending on how well it goes.
Alright, I have a fuck ton of pictures of a van worm. If any of them are good, I'll let you know. Later.
Bandworm? Oh, that one would have been annoying to get.
Yeah, well, it was just hanging out in the sky, ignoring me. So I'm like, alright. Alright, if you wanna be with me, baby, make a wish come true.
And for mixed use things such as like business / personal use items, you can only write off the business portion of what you use. So if you use, say, the computer during
Oh my god.
personal use things,
Tell me you did not get the bronze cherry.
I have not gotten the bronze.
Thank goodness. I just had the cutest picture of the bronze cherry. It's like they took all of the 90s. Like, originally this was a 2010s playlist. Now it feels like it's a 2000s playlist that they just threw a remix on top of.
It does feel like that.
I'm very careful. No, don't look at me. Do not perceive me, please. Please come back. Come back. I don't want to take a picture of your butt.
Yeah. I'll just check in.
Okay, could you guys like maybe be a little bit more separate? Alright, you guys are dicks.
Okay, cool. I was just making sure you could register for ABN while on a temporary visa, on a bridging visa. And yes, as long as it has work rights. So yeah. At any point we could.
We're gonna be the Heartblossoms LLC.
We could be. We really could be.
Will we be LLC? Do you want to be a limited liability company?
Probably not. Well, it probably won't be a company. We'll be sole traders, but in a partnership.
Okay. Less risk with an LLC. Just look at the difference between them and figure out which one we want to do. Although, to be fair, like, I'm from America. There's a lot less risk involved when it comes to LLCs because, well, I mean, I guess there's not necessarily any risk involved when it comes to LLCs here because it's like, or to what our company would be because it's not like we're affecting people, really. It would be more risky if we had, like, clients. Let's say if we're like hairstylists or something and we accidentally chopped off someone's hair and they tried to sue us. I don't think anybody's trying to sue us. Although I don't know, maybe I'll get sued by Pokemon, then I'll be rich. This is the shortest dungeon ever. See if I can-
Okay.
Woody pop.
Okay.
Nothing. Nothing. Artisan. That's not gonna help me. She's gotta be a warrior.
Once we get around to doing that, it's bureaucratic documents kind of have been doing. There's no difference between.
Do you think that they could look at me in an unfavorable light if they see that we're opening a business together, and they might think that the only reason that I wanted to come to this country was so that we could start a business together? I suppose if they looked at the business with any kind of light, they'd see that.
Or in fact, it could be a positive thing, if anything, because we're opening it together. And it's streaming isn't a different thing than normal temporary businesses. So.
Yeah. We've been saying since the beginning we're streamers, so
Yeah. Yeah.
it makes perfect sense for that to be a step we take. There's so many woolly pops out here. I love catching woolly pop. They're so cute. I get to throw so many balls. Yeah, the woolly pop. Ace swimmer, yeah you are. Be a warrior. So, what would be the avoids dark damage equivalent? Because I feel like that'd be pretty good to put on a neutral pal, yeah? Or do you think it would probably be better to put like something else, like more like diamond body?
Diamond body is the best defensive passive.
So it's like the difference between protection and fire protection. Or projectile protection. It's like ultimately protection's gonna be best because it's gonna cover fucking more and everything else.
It covers everything for every time because a lot of enemies use multiple different elements.
Woolly pop, ooh woolly 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 pop, ooh woolly 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 pop. Ba-dum, bum, bum.
Love you. Ultimately, at the end of the day, having just rather than using that for elemental defense, have him as attacking or something like immortality.
Hard to die when. It's really fucking hard to die when. When you kill them faster than they can attack you.
Yep.
Ooh, what are you? Oh, never
Some
mind.
boss fights genuinely are DPS
That's
checks.
the first time I was disappointed in a chest.
No.
I thought it was a memo. Although, to be fair, in this world, I have a lot of memos.
You do.
This one's broken, guys.
Hmm?
What?
Who? Here? What?
This is gonna sound really bad, but you remind me of my dad. And Mark, I'm referring to Mark specifically in this instance. Not my bio dad. You're good. He does that shit.
I will accept that.
He does that shit.
I will accept that compliment. One shark or invasion.
Definitely gonna have to head back to the house after this dungeon, though. My inventory's fucking full. I literally just was like, that was in front of a dungeon, and I realized my inventory was full. I was like, but I don't want to leave. I was like, I'm just gonna like, I'll go home after this one. And I started like putting food in my slots and everything. I was like, come on.
They're dropping in. Go land ball. Not one syndicate dog got absolutely fucked up.
You know, I could sell houses, guy. Come home with me, pal merchant. He's brave. He's very brave. Brave dude. What should the pal merchant's name be? We've never had one of those.
We have a merch palette.
Wow. This is why you don't get to name things, Tristan.
Yeah.
This is why you don't get to name things. I love you
This
so
is
much.
why I don't have rights.
Away your rights. Can I ride my bird through this door? Yes. This makes perfect sense. Whee. I want to tell you guys a secret. You guys ready?
Oh my god.
They call romaine lettuce cause lettuce here too. It's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, cause.
Is it just cause? Not cause lettuce?
It's cause lettuce.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's cause. Cause lettuce, he's a hero. Gonna lettuce.
It doesn't make any sense. Where are they even getting cause from?
Don't ask questions like that in this household. Because we can't answer that. Loof the murderer. No. You're attacking a gloopy?
Why do Australians call romaine lettuce cause lettuce?
Gets that name from the Greek island of Kos, where it's believed to have originated. The name stuck in many regions, including Australia.
Decent question. Or pretty good answer. Same reason you guys see Adidas.
That was a reasonably good answer, honestly.
Fight! Protect me!
Bye.
There's so many, like, ancient tech manuals in this dungeon. Damn. And I got a kinship peach. Fuck yeah. Huh?
It's an ancient dungeon.
Kill that guy. Never mind. Got beat to it. What are you trying to kill now? Are that thing still alive in here? Yeah.
I'm back here, Pink-Colored Loves. Just walking around something.
I wish these decorative books were actually books you can pick up. And they were like learning books, you know.
That would be cool.
Like the dog horns being out and about and stuff like that, you can use this. Although, to be fair, size-wise, they're massive.
Which ones are?
Dog horns.
Oh yeah, they're gigantic-enormous.
Okay, don't worry. I just need pictures. Just need pictures. Don't worry. Stay there. Stay. I just need pictures. I just need pictures. Look, don't take pictures. Oh, God, you whores. It's fine. Whatever. Okay, guys. I need to leave. I can't be dealing with this shit.
I hope to evolve into a horse one day.
A singular horse.
Singular horse.
Oh, I need to tell you something that happened earlier today. It was so fucking cool. I got killed by a blaze howl.
Who?
Okay? A blaze howl knocked specifically. I don't think it matters, right? But here's what happened. I got knocked off my mount. It was like he jumped up and yoinked me off my mount and pinned me to the ground and killed me.
Oh.
It was cool.
Cinematic death.
Yeah, it looked really awesome.
Oh my god, I can see under the sea. Under the sea. This island's just floating in a sky, waiting for me. Do the hickey. This one right here is gonna be probably.
Yep, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to drop the leather and then pick it right back up.
I don't think I'm catching this. But maybe.
Head back. Lucy witnessed it. He was there. But that's a big surprise to you, isn't it?
Very surprising.
You had no idea that Lucy comes to my streams.
I did.
Molly Woolly Pops!
I wish. I knew her, Lucy. One day I'll learn. One day I'll learn for Lucy.
Oh, shoot. Don't kill the Woolly Pops. You killed the Woolly Pops! I now have dead Woolly Pops. Thanks.
Yippee! I'm glad. I'm proud.
Why are you glad?
Because death. Do you believe in me, my love?
You concern me. But yes, I guess.
Okay, you believe me. Cool. Ultimate Sphere shall grant me victory.
Against. Are you going for a Jormatide?
Necromus.
Ah. You know what? Good luck. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, defenders, run away! You're gonna kill me! Ah!
Such a dingus.
It was a 10% chance just with that.
Oh, that's not bad.
Actually reasonably decent.
What we need to do is that method we heard about with the Pantado server. It's just gotta fucking get soul spheres, apparently.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can get ancient spheres in the Sky Island as well.
I ain't worried about it right now.
Even better. You ain't worried about that. I am curious about. Okay, so a lot of people lose.
Did we make a summoning altar?
I have at one point, and then I disassembled it.
That's okay, I'm building a new one. Mostly because it's like,
I'm frozen. Interesting. We require one more subscriber on YouTube to hit 400.
ooh. Who's biting the bullet? Who's taking it for the team?
I don't have a gun. I can't fight any bullets. Also, I have not been getting any subscriber notifications.
I don't think you always do. I think you do sometimes because, like, I think that people have the option on YouTube to let people know when you subscribe versus not let people know when you subscribe, so people can do it secretly. Hi Zeno, how you doing?
That would make sense. Let me.
Because, like, I know that sometimes I would get an email saying this person subscribed to you on YouTube, and I'd be like, okay, like that's random. Who the fuck is this?
Oh my god, my love.
Yeah.
We just need to hit 500 subscribers. And then we unlock monetization.
Oh, who wants to go subscribe to us on YouTube?
5,700.
I'm gonna post the YouTube link for those who would like to subscribe to us on YouTube because, like, we are trying to get to the get monetized.
Socials will give it from mine.
Oh yeah, wait, I have it on mine too.
Yeah, we are trying to get monetized on YouTube.
Yeah.
Which will, help.
Help other, turning this into a business venture one day, and also so we're not just wasting a bunch of time trying to make videos for no fucking reason.
This is insane though. 5,792 qualified watch hours out of 3,000. So if we got up to 1,000, we would also get the next tier as well.
Really, go follow us. If you'd like to share with your friends who are like, if you're like, oh, I want to show my friends you guys, but they don't watch Twitch, they only watch YouTube, give them our links.
Spread the message.
Spread the word.
I'm
Tell
actually
them
curious what the
tell
channel
them we
is.
talk about drugs and cannibalism. It's not a lie, we do. Just aren't doing that right now. What's to do with this egg? Oh, I guess I can go hatch it. I've been carrying this, like, rocky egg around with me. I don't even know what it is. Where I got it from.
Ah. Show me
Your secrets. What?
6.6k more watch hours than usual.
Shit.
Average between 4 to 30.
We had a really good day. Like, one day. It was just a really
Yeah.
good day.
Ridiculously good day. We just got right in the sweet spot of the algorithm. Currently,
I am chalking it up to the fact that we were both using our VTuber models exactly the same time on the same screens, okay? And that was why, so we need to get better computers so we could do that more often.
That is indeed what Aiko is chalking it up to.
Sure, it has nothing to do with the fact that I just want to get a better computer anyways. And also, I would like to do that more, honestly. I really did enjoy that.
I would love to be able to use my model all the time. I just.
I feel like we'd have to get you a computer first, because yours is shit in the bed, dude.
It's that one gigabyte difference in VRAM.
Apparently.
I need to do this. Oh, never mind. I'm the only viewer. Yeah, it's genuinely like. I think just to sign into multi-stream to YouTube was a fantastic decision.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to toot my own horn.
No, you're great. You're right.
It's just like. Oh, refrigerator? Yeah, find out refrigerator. Awesome. What's that? Ready to please get on this. Make me some polymer. Okay,
We could try getting a business loan.
We could. The things we could try doing, and I'm excited for our future.
Yeah.
I'm excited for anything as long as it's doing something super gay. But only when
We were killing somebody. Would you be excited because it was with me?
yeah, of course, yeah.
What if you were... We were... Ooh, okay. Alright, ready? You know those things that people do when they put on scuba suits and they go down in the cages and they go down to see the sharks? Would you want to do
No.
that together?
No.
But what if it's with me?
No.
It's a liar. He said anything.
I am scum.
I'm kidding, I wouldn't do that to you.
I'm almost as bad as someone forced their husband to go with them. Scuba diving. For sharks.
Did you say you're almost as bad? You're almost as bad as me. Oh, you're terrible. You bitch.
Love you, honey.
Mm-hmm. God.
I'm helping out.
Yeah. Why does this pal have to be a pal that... Oh my god, can you imagine though? Can you imagine I took a picture of this pal in the fucking cage? Oh my god.
Stop what's happening.
It really does not want me to go inside the cage.
Xena future. Hello.
Yeah, you said hi to them earlier.
Oh.
We're not
Oh, is
paying
that the-
attention.
Is that like the long fucking toothless dance?
I love it.
Oh no, I'm lagging again. Is my GPU being put to it? Yeah. YouTube Studio, what the fuck are you doing? It's not currently at 100%, but it's close, and it's hitting it.
I don't even know how, like, what it's doing, because, like, you're not doing anything more than me, if anything. Like, you've already put your games to, like, lowest graphics, you know? And then I've got more shit running than you, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think that 1 gigabyte VRAM is going to be doing, like, that crazy amount much difference.
I mean, I could lower my tracking quality, but then I wouldn't be able to wink.
You're doing that.
Hmm?
You're doing that.
No.
Did you make your VTuber tiny?
VBridger? It's not VBridger. It's always VTuber.
No, I'm just saying, like, it, like...
Yeah, VBridger's tiny. Let me make my VTube studio also tiny.
I don't think that'll work.
I set the resolution lower. It can work.
I just mean normally whenever I try and resize VTube Studio, it resizes me within the spout. I guess I could just resize spout. But...
I've already been set up that the resolution. It's literally just. What are you attacking for? There's a ruby in the base. Why are you? Oh, you are aggressive. Shit, you killed that ruby. It's already set to that resolution. I'm already set to the lower resolution. It was just like when you maximize and you made it bigger. No bigger.
I see. You have too many pixels. Time to lower that resolution. Make that shit tiny as fuck.
I don't know why. I weep. Oh, that's how you cut down a tree when it's doing that.
I mean, we can like go through shit and see what's up and stuff. And see what it is possibly that you've got up, maybe that is secretly killing your stuff. You say it's VTube Studio, but like I don't know if VTube Studio by itself is gonna do that.
Well, that's what it says in my task manager. Still enough.
My task manager thing.
If I open task manager right now.
VTube Studio is like using 4.2% of my GPU.
78.9%, 76.77.79, 78, 77, 78.
How is mine so low compared to yours?
I don't know. 61. For observer, maybe it'll go down.
How is Tristan's VTube Studio running at 100% of his GPU, and mine is running like 5%. So that kind of difference is usually caused by settings, not the models themselves. Yours is capped at 60 and his is running is lower than mine.
Everything I'm doing in Santa should run lower than yours. Oh.
This theoretically, everything should be theoretically making things run lower than mine. He's got his slightly lower FPS, lower resolution. He has less hair.
I do have moving tails all the time.
Huh?
I do have tails that move all the time. I don't imagine it's that though.
When you're sitting, your tails aren't going, are they?
No. Well, it shouldn't be. I'm gonna look at yeah, tails aren't going. I don't see them.
I mean, they might still be going, you just don't see them.
They're not even going on tits.
Oh.
Pretty sure they just get straight up like the Thanos snap. Sat on my bed. It's
Does it say what GPU engine it's using?
what would that be?
Next to GPU. It says GPU 0-3D.
Hmm?
The task manager.
Oh, task manager. GPU. There's nothing next to GPU. GPU is the end.
Right
GPU
click,
engine, I
right,
can.
GPU,
Okay.
yeah.
GPU 0-3D. Is that what it should be using?
Yeah.
Nothing's happened.
Yeah, so one of the things that I had an issue with things running at 100%, remember?
Yes.
Even like if I closed VTube Studio, that just put it somewhere else. Is it doing that with yours too?
No, if I close VTube Studio, it's fine.
Try loading a different model. Just to see if that changes it, and that lets us know if it's your model that's the issue.
Let's learn this one. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome.
How you doing, Ghostly? And welcome in, friend of Ghostly. If your friend, I have to raid and remember. I hope you have a good stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And friend of Ghostly, if you have not met me, my name is Aiko Heartblossom. This is my husband, Tristan Heartblossom. We
Hi,
are
I'm
the
husband.
Heartblossoms. He always has to try and rush to get that in because I don't let him talk.
I want people to know that I'm husband. Even though you tell them, they might not be sure.
They might be confused. Which one? Which one's the husband again? Is it the bird? Is it the bird? No. Oh, it's the guy in the trash can. Right.
I'm trash.
Currently on our last day of our subathon, theoretically, unless of course somewhere in the next 2 hours and 44 minutes somebody donates 25 subs. And if that is the case, we will add on another day.
Yes, we are currently on our extra day. This is our first extra
Our first
day.
extra day, bonus day for stretch goals.
Let me check with
Be ready, we're gonna be here anyways. it's not changing too much. It'd be different if we were actually doing community games, but really we just like started playing Palworld and we're like, fucking love Palworld, man. And our only punishment for like ending the freaking stream at this point is just like, oh no, we have to. Oh, we're not. I'll switch to being in a trash can too, I guess. Even though I like using
I like using the model too, I just can't.
the model. Look, I'm gonna figure shit out later, today or some point. I'm figuring
I
it
need to
out right
close this, I can't.
now. VTuber Studio? Okay, alright. I will let Mimi know. Okay.
Closing
He
VTuber Studio.
swapped models to something considerably simpler.
I'm gonna be
it didn't
trash.
change.
Yeah, and now that VTuber Studio is closed, I'm running as smooth as butter.
The later much simpler model still set on 100. Stop blaming the model entirely at this point. I suspect frame limiter isn't actually working. Even if VTuber Studio says it's limited to 30 or 60 FPS, sometimes the limiter fails because of a driver or VSync issue and the program renders as fast as the GPU can go. A good test, turn VSync on if it's off. Try changing the FPS example from 60 to 30. See if the GPU usage changes at all. If the changing the cap has zero effect, the cap may not actually be taking effect. If this only started recently, I'd suspect a graphics driver. Things that update to the latest driver if it's out of date. Is it?
Shouldn't be.
And then corrupt VTuber Studio configuration. I'd try backing up your settings, resetting VTuber Studio settings, or temporarily renaming your settings folders, or create a fresh configuration, launching it with the default settings and a sample model.
Theoretically, my GPU should be, while I'm missing 1
1 gigabyte.
1 gigabyte of VRAM,
It shouldn't be that.
it should be more powerful than the other factors. I got the 2080 Ti and you've got the 3060.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2080 Ti is supposed to be more powerful. Just without VRAM.
Gonna get an Azure robe.
I've got bones.
Got an Azure robe.
Ah, volcano.
You're a volcano.
You are the magma of my heart. What does that mean?
I don't know what anything means, man.
Did I just call you my heartburn?
Damn, babe, rude.
Oh my god.
You give me heartburn. I love you too. You give me heartburn also. It's because you're so sweet.
He's constantly causing me acid reflux.
Blech. Heading to the south.
I love you so much.
Yeah, right. You hate me. I'm kidding. I know you love me.
I am complete as long as I am.
Yeah.
Without you, I am missing my acid. More
Like my
romantic
bird
things than
named
living
Shorn.
for a while.
I could have sworn I named him Shorn.
It's Sheridan. Back up, please, I'm knocked. I'll traumatize you, knocked bitch.
He'll traumatize you by knocking you off of your mount and murdering you.
Out the fire, I can be in the air.
I was on Fenglobe.
Ow, he shot me with a fireball.
I could have been in the air too.
1% over and over again. Oh, he's in the bowl. He escaped the ball. Ow, that's a fireball! Oh well, I'm on the ground now.
Ah, I told you.
He killed my Ragnar.
Did he though?
Yes, he killed my Ragnar with a fireball.
Oh, okay. Did he pin you to the ground?
No,
Oh,
Ragnar just died by an attack.
died of natural causes.
Natural fiery causes. I think that you are necessary for the rest of my life.
Oh.
Don't die before me, and don't die after me.
Come on.
Let's die at the same time.
Okay. This is the day that we made a pact.
It was a fact, oh no.
Oh god. Don't do drugs. Get help.
Don't get help. Do drugs. That's a bit of a shame, but a lot of it's getting better. But a lot of the older mental health care stuff from Australia is literally just get drugs. We're not gonna help you in any other way. Get drugs. It's depression, even though none of the depression ones are working. You'll get depression. Definitely can't be grief. It's lasted more than 3 months. Oof.
Gonna run around? Are you running around and catching nabals? I'm running around to catch woolly pups.
No, I'm running around in a volcanic dungeon.
I'm running around in the field. Field of Memorest. That one has 110.
You don't stand
Let
in
me
the lava, please.
through. I'm trying to shove my way in between some Memorests.
You kill that pirate. You kill that pirate, please. I can press a trap. What does that do?
Excuse me, pardon me.
Okay. What about this? It shoots fireballs, yeah! Oh, he's dead. Hello from the other side.
From between my thighs. I don't know where I was going with that.
Don't tell them what we're gonna do later. That's where Purpo goes.
That is true. That is exactly what purple is.
Purpo is a
Purple dangle.
purple dungle that has become Aiko's fight away. And I use a Pikachu machine.
Every once in a while he'll be like, no, that should be where my head goes. And I'm just like, bleh. Ooh, I found a quest. Maybe. Either that or these guys are just... If this isn't a quest, I don't know what this is. Come on, she's practically dead weight. Hey, Carla, out of the way. Gasp, gasp. Huh? Who are you? Please, help us. We were attacked by pals and our friend is injured. Rookie expedition team. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see what the quest is.
Oh my god. Are you hostile?
Defeat the attacking pal. Well, I would love to if I knew where it was. Over there? Oh, that? It's the dire hound, right? Alright, I got you. The rampaging dire hound. I got this with my crossbow. I'll show them how badass I am. By killing them with just my crossbow. And by that, I mean mostly killing it and then eventually calling my beacon because I can't kill shit because I have no season.
I love messing it. I keep forgetting I
Excuse
have
me.
weapons in this playthrough because I haven't made one in the other game.
I feel so much stronger in this one, bruh.
Same. Even though
Our levels are lower, yeah.
my level's stronger than the other one because it's got demon god.
Yeah.
It just feels strong.
Can you finish that bitch off? Thank you. I finished this quest and now I can't tell you how grateful we are. My name's Fia. That guy's Gator. He's the escort for our leader, Carla. You look like your pretty tough pal tamer. To tell the truth, I'm training hard to be just like you someday.
Wow, you only just started that training. And I don't saw VTuber back in trash. Oh god, I'm so trashy.
I do want to figure out what's going on with your shit, though. But you're gonna have to be live when we figure this shit out, though. Because otherwise it's not really gonna work.
Unless it is just die with it open. It's quite possible that it just being open is causing my computer to die.
Is it overheating issue?
No, my computer's not hot at all. In fact, I'm feeling rather cold.
Come on, I'm waiting for some demon god. Where we at? That's shabby. That's not demon god at all.
You don't have my name?
That's mercy hit. Very much opposite of demon god. Demons aren't merciful.
Demons aren't merciful. I have a segment in this project. Which have her doing handiwork good and transporting. Sure. I need.
What level are you, babe?
Oh my god. Huh?
What level are you?
I am level 37.
I'm level 34.
Oh my god, I'm 3 levels above.
Well, to be fair, you are running dungeons in Sakajirima. I'm running dungeons in...
I did a single dungeon in Sakadorima because it scared me. So I've run away.
Everything! I feel so powerful here. Everything fears me. As a level 30-something, I feel so powerful.
My problem is my armor. Like, it's a legendary armor, but it's a metal legendary armor.
Mm.
It's outdated. We are in.
I'm also wearing metal legendary armor.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Do we have a legendary refined metal?
I am... maybe. Let me check. I will go to my base and find out.
Trash.
At least you know.
Let me put this image in our Discord under Palworld.
That was the perfect opportunity for me to figure out what that fucking rocky egg was. It was a dig toys. Oh my god.
I want to ride my camel.
Wash my bicycle. To wash my bike. I want to wash my bicycle. I want to wash it where I like.
Nice.
Let's see what we got. Here we go. Let's see what we got.
Hot and but I'm hot dog. Quack, 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 quack. Why did I make...
The thing is, I thought I had a legendary something.
I thought of the legendary, like, cold armor schematic.
So I'm trying to find out.
Get on this.
Heat resistant pal metal armor schematic.
Oh, okay.
That's why I don't have it. However, I do have a rare. I do have a rare refined metal armor schematic, but it's not cold or hot.
Refined metal.
But we are wearing our thermal undershirts, so it doesn't really matter.
I have a rare heat resistant, but it's not necessary to be.
I can't even wear my cold resistant metal armor until level 41. Wait, hold on, I can make it.
Refined metal armor schematic 2 rare.
If I get the recipe, I can make it.
I want to check PelDB.
Yeah, figure out I can get a cold one. Because that's for my aesthetic. That's for my outfit. I need it for the fit.
So schematics. You're after which one?
Cold. Refined cold. La 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 la. La 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 la
Oh,
la
visitor.
la 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 la. La la
My
la
base?
la la.
My base.
La
Who are you?
la la
Hello,
la
sir.
la la.
What are you after?
Mhm, mhm.
Shady pharmacist. Okay.
Sell some drugs if you know what I mean.
Suspicious juice. Juice improves movement and consume, and increases work speed but lower sand.
Should put this pal tamer out here, or pal merchant out here, so that if any of my pals piss me off, they'll know that I could just sell them. I could just sell them at any time.
Refined metal armor, and then we wanted what? Cold resist. Cold resistant refined metal armor. Oh wait, no, you're after the cold pell metal, right?
No, cold resistant refined metal armor. I could either, yeah.
Okay.
Unless, hold on, let me look at the difference. Is the pal metal armor cuter? I know I was using that one. That was really cute because it's like purple and white. What is too? But no, I think no, it's the refined pal one. La la la. La la la. I'll look it up too, don't worry.
Okay, the green, the treasure map 2s, which I think are the green ones. Any volcano bases?